Is this more to your liking? Hey boy! Oh god. There we go. Oh, let me change my, Hello! We're back. Hang on, let me just change my, my light. Probably should have done that beforehand, but I kind of got distracted. I literally made 2 more maps in, like, the last 30 minutes. Just cause. Let's go for a bit of the Vidalian Aqua Green, shall we? The ruby! Ruby, ruby, ruby! Okay. That'll do. And let me just turn down the music a little bit. There we go. Although you can't probably hear it on the stream now, which is unfortunate. But let's jump straight into the call. Hello, party people.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
How's everyone doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. A little bit concerned and excited to see where this session's gonna go.
Let's say you sound so just fired up.
No,
and
no,
ready to
no,
go
no.
here.
It's gonna be an interesting session. That's what it's gonna be.
Oh.
What?
Interesting.
Well, it's gonna be interesting. All the sessions.
Isn't it always interesting?
All the sessions are interesting, but this one I think is going to be extra interesting.
I'm so excited.
Is everyone here? Or is
I think
no
so.
one's gone BRB to go and get a drink or anything?
I don't know.
Gobble's muted.
No.
Ours in chat.
I'm here. I'm
Yours
just
not.
muting while I'm coughing.
Ah,
that's
fair
all.
enough. Thank you very much.
Ready up, bitches. Rush B. Novas only.
Right. Okay. Well, let's fucking just get into it, shall we? But you don't have to type /art.
We do it feels good.
You do you, boo. You do you.
It feels right.
Right. Luckily,
How do you know if we're all ready then?
because you said you're ready,
I mean, we could be lying until we just type /r.
I roll an inside check.
Exactly.
This is true.
Roll an insight check. And what was your result?
Oh shit! Hang on, let me just actually roll a d20 and find out. You know, my
Well, your wisdom is probably like a +2, I'd say.
yeah. So that's just a 4.
Yeah. As far as
Yeah.
you're concerned, everybody's telling
Exactly.
you
So you're ready. So I'm gonna start. Right, jolly old recap. You finally reached the city of Vidal. Upon taking in the new sights, smells, and sounds of this beautiful city, the party split up into 2 groups. The 2 clerics, led by Nep, headed to the weary Green Thumb, a small ramshackle bar in the Vidalian fields, to collect the debt for the halfling's safe passage here to the city, while the rest of you slowly made your way towards the tavern in which you decided to use as your base of operations. Approaching the Hammer and Tongs, you saw a rather large 3-story bright pink inn with a group of protesters outside, and the beautiful pink-skinned tiefling, Gabby, owner of this establishment, having a slight altercation with the locals. Upon the dispersal of the crowd, Gabby made her way inside the bar and the rest of you followed in. What you saw within was not the regular old tavern you were expecting, but a very wide open brothel in which a fairly bustling crowd were eagerly anticipating the next stage performance. You all paid for rooms, some of you going solo, so they may partake in some of the nighttime services that the brothel provides. Lilith, feeling a little under the weather and tired from the journey, decided to head up to the room with Echo for some long-earned rest, while the rest of you got some food and drinks waiting for the arrival of the rest of your party. Once you'd all got together, A number of you had decided to head off into the city to explore and do some errands, do a couple of shop runs, buying and selling a few bits and pieces. Quithus and Ajran acted as the bad news bearers as they treated young Orla to all the candy she could handle, and then dropped the news on her that her city of Zariah had been destroyed thousands of years ago, though it didn't seem to quite sink in as she seemed rather too distracted by the sugar rush that was in her hands. They also made their way to the Dragonborn community and discovered about 45 years ago there had been a mass exodus of the Dragonborns when the Temple of Bahamut in the Silvari Circle had burnt down tragically, leaving only a dozen or so of their kin behind. Dulder found his way to the small temple of Moradin and offered his services to host a sermon the following afternoon for a very small community of followers residing here in the high elf-saturated city. Dion made a handful of friends with a series of magnificent performances in the brothel, an orc that had been playing the bagpipes, and a mysterious high elf stranger that had tipped her heavily following her final song detailing the adventures the group had gone through on their travels across the sea. Gabby, the owner, also hired the group to go and have a calm and peaceful talk with a student that had been stalking one of her girls in the bar. She didn't know the boy's name, but said if the group approached the headmaster, they may be able to get more information. Nep and Garble decided to go and check out the academy themselves, but when they turned up in the early evening after the school had closed, posing as mere travellers, they were handed a couple of entrance exams and thrown out and told to come back with the papers completed in the morning, so they may get a chance to talk to the headmaster in person. Ayara, feeling excited in her new surroundings, tried alcohol for the first time, and as all the others headed up to their respective rooms for a good night's sleep, some with each other, as Garble and Dion wormed their way into Gabby's private quarters, Ayara passed out asleep on the floor of the tavern. So, we're picking up very early in the morning with Lilith. Lilith, just over a week ago, you'd only just reached the city of Q-Key after your solo journey from Eastron. Looking forward to spend some time in Q-Key to recharge your batteries a bit and doing some investigating before pushing on once more, you found yourself getting whisked away into the chaos of this group of strange individuals you now find yourself present with here into the city of Vidal. You felt exhausted for the constant travel, so yesterday you took a day to have some TLC with your newfound friend Echo, a fox who is in need of some much-needed rest of his own. In the early evening, Quithus dropped off Orla to the room that both you and Ayara had decided to share, and she curled up on the bed, stroking the fur of Echo, and within seconds she was out like a light, with you soon drifting off to sleep soon after. The next morning, the light of a new dawn begins to pierce through the window, gently waking you up in the early hours of the morning. You feel refreshed and revigorated, and a new day is ahead of you. What would you like to do?
Yay. Okay. So I need to turn off Discord because I'm just seeing memes.
Oh, okay.
everywhere. Okay. So yeah. So Lilith is up and early, rising and shining, waking up to the beautiful sunshine.
Yep.
I'm gonna see Orla and Echo asleep together. My little foxy. I'm going to take a sip of my endless coffee.
Of course you do.
Why
Of course you do.
I'm going to take a sip of the coffee, obviously. And then as I wake, I notice that Ayara isn't in her bed. So I'm just thinking, God, where on earth is she? What the hell did they all get up to last night? But as I wake up, I get up and go to Orla, and my stomach's kind of rumbling. I just think to her, and I just tap on Orla, just gently wake her up, and just say, Orla, do you want to go and get some breakfast? And
she's like, I mean, her eyes shoot open and she's up and ready. She's like, yeah.
Cool, perfect. So then I see Echo is just kind of still laying there, so I kind of give Echo a bunch. And he just like looks at me.
Yeah, he does the whole like dog stretch out, legs out front, big yawn.
So I get up and I grab my stuff. I have I assume there's showers in our location. I really bloody hope so, being in a brothel.
You have a partition, and there is a like a metal bathtub that is behind it.
Awesome, I'm going to definitely use that because I don't know where these sheets have been. So I'm going to get up, get ready, grab my gear, take my arrows, and I'm going to make sure all is up and ready and start heading downstairs. And I'm just kind of like looking around as well, thinking, where on earth is everyone and where is Ayara?
Okay.
And then I'm just gonna, as I walk downstairs, I'm gonna ask Orla, what would you like for breakfast?
And she just kind of shrugs. Food.
Would you like oatmeal, porridge, some pancakes?
Yeah, her eyes light up when you say pancakes.
Pancakes. I could do with pancakes too. So I'm just walking down the stairs, Echo by my side, Orla kind of stumbling down the stairs with me. And as I walk down, I'm going to go and ask the bar person where is a good place for some breakfast because I don't really feel like eating here is the best option
Okay.
for us.
You make your way downstairs to the bar, and you see a young female worker with long, beautiful gold hair and almost snow-white skin sat on a stool behind the bar, reading through a book with a slightly put-off look on her face, glancing up and down between the book and the front door.
I'm just going to walk up to her and, excuse me, hello, hi
yeah.
there.
Sorry, didn't see you there.
Oh, sorry, I was wondering if you could help me. We're just looking to go get some breakfast. Is there any place in the city you'd suggest?
She kind of gives you a bit of a look and sees like the fancy leathers that you're on. There's a place that I kind of go to. It's quiet, but it's in the Silvari Circle, which is down near the southwest side of the city.
Oh, okay. Do they do pancakes? And I just kind of look at Orla, like making sure we get pancakes.
I'm sure if you ask, they could make you some. It's called the Hidden Sip Cafe.
Awesome. And is it just, how far away would you say it is?
About 20-minute walk, 30-minute walk.
Cool. Okay. So I just kind of, as I turn around to look at Orla and say, "You ready to go?" I see Ayara.
You certainly do. She is curled up in front of the fire with a blanket over her, just got a little puddle of like drool just kind of surrounding her cheek on the floor.
Sleeping so beautifully. Because it's still quite early, I'm just gonna walk up.
The sun's literally only just risen.
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk up to Ayara and be like, Ayara, it's me.
Era kind of startles awake and looks very confused and is like, "Where am I?"
You're still in the bar. It's really early. Do you want to go back to bed?
Yeah, I do. And she lays back down on the floor.
Yep.
I just look at Orla and like, let's just leave it here then. Then I'm just gonna scurry out the door, make sure everyone's behind me, and start walking towards the dining.
Just before, as you make your way towards the front door, you do see a familiar figure that is kind of stood talking to the ogre barman, ogre doorman, sorry. And you do see Celera Price in the middle of a conversation. And as you head to the door, you do catch the conversation between Celera and the ogre. And Celera's basically saying, That's basically my morning routine. Got to work hard for this, and she kind of flexes her arms. Just like blades that need sharpening, my body needs the same care. Unfortunately, us humans can't be naturally tough and strong like you, big guy. Gotta say, I'm jealous. The distance you threw that kid was super impressive. And then she turns and sees you. Ah, Miss Burningdale. Good morning. Hope you're feeling better.
Morning, Sarah. Definitely, feeling much better. We're just gonna go and grab some breakfast. What are you doing up so early?
I'm heading out for my morning run. I was thinking about afterwards, it might be worth getting the group together and discussing the whole package situation we're here to deliver.
Yeah, sure. What time?
I'll probably be gone for about an hour or two, so as soon as I get back.
that's fine. I'm going to. We're just gonna go down into the city, go grab some breakfast, and we'll be back a bit later
Right,
then.
she gives her a nod and she heads out herself and starts running up in the opposite direction to where you're going.
Cool.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna start walking out of the building with Orla. She's just next to Echo. And I'm just gonna ask Orla if she had fun with the others last night.
Yeah, I think I ate too much candy.
Who gave you the candy?
Quithis?
What a narc.
She's still got the sack in her hand, by the way. She's just walking. She's not eating it because she's looking forward to pancakes, but she does have the sack still, and it does seem like it's still got quite a sizable amount of candy still in it.
So picture this little kid carrying a sack
Mhm.
of candy.
She got one of everything.
Okay. I bet she did. Well, that's very nice of Quithis. Maybe we shouldn't eat the candy until after breakfast.
No, I want pancakes.
Yeah, we'll go get some pancakes.
Mm.
So, I see you've made friends with Echo. Have you ever met a fox before?
Not personally. I've seen them.
Echo's quite new. He's lovely. He seems to be taken to you though. Fast friends.
Mm. He's soft.
He is incredibly soft. A little bit skinny, but I'm sure after some pancakes,
Does he want some candy?
he'll beef right up. I mean, you can try. Not something too sweet though.
She kind of just stares in the sack for a second. No, it's so sweet. She doesn't want to give him up.
Should we just wait till pancakes? Perfect. So, it's just kind of like as we're walking down, I'm just going to continue to ask Orla a few questions just as we're making our way to the diner.
Okay.
So, Orla, have you ever met an elf before? Like one of me? Have you ever seen one of me before?
Yeah. I've met many different type of people. I think so, anyway.
So you kind of remember things before we found you then?
It's all. My head's kind of dizzy at times, but I remember a few things.
Oh, like what?
Last thing I remember is walking down through Zariah. People were running around screaming. I remember watching the Platinum Tower fall. And then there was a bright flash and the sound of a loud drum. And next thing I was in the air, and then I woke up in the cave with all of you.
You were in the air?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean you were in the air?
Like there was this big flash
Like
and a boom. And then I was floating in the air, and then I fell to the ground, and next thing I woke up.
oh, did you hurt yourself? Do you remember?
I might have bumped my head, that's why I was asleep for so long, maybe.
Okay. Well, do you feel okay now?
Still a little sick.
I'm sure some pancakes will help with that.
I had a dream last night too.
Oh, really? What was your dream?
I was running and laughing in a forest.
Oh, that's my favourite thing to do. What were you running from?
No, I was just playing. But I think it was real once.
Playing with who? Oh,
It seemed
really?
familiar. Like it was a happy place.
Were there people with you?
I don't remember anyone.
I'm sure it will come to you soon.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you think of anything, you can always talk to me.
Okay. So do you keep going to the cafe?
Yeah. Still walking to the cafe. Hopefully we're halfway there now.
You're getting quite close to it now. You've crossed over the bridge, and now you're heading towards the Silvari Circle. So only a couple more minutes before you get there.
Oh,
Any other questions you want, or you're just going to follow the directions?
I think I best get some food in her before I intimidate her too much.
Okay.
So.
So yeah, you follow the instructions, and you do go down this like kind of a back alley, and you start to kind of question the directions that you were given until you see quite a posh, kind of fanciful looking cafe that just seems to be in the back end of nowhere. But there do seem to be like some tables laid out in front of it, and one of the waiters is just setting up for the day. He's like throwing some like nice, clean white cloths over the tables and setting out silverware and some nice fanciful plates.
I'm just gonna look at the waiter or
Waiter.
waitress. Waiter. Got to get those.
Yeah,
pronouns.
he looks like he's a high elf. He's got like the whole kind of rag over his arm, proper professional looking attire.
Opposite to me. Ish. I mean, I just slept in a brothel. Okay, I can't be that high maintenance right now. Okay, so I just go like,
Escort
hi.
service.
A boudoir.
I call it as I see it.
Artists.
Okay. So we head on over.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna head over to the waiter and be like, "Excuse me, hello. We've come for some breakfast. Are you open?"
He gives you a very big look up and down, looks at like Orla still dressed in like the old robe from Dulda, and kind of questions whether you can afford to eat at this place.
I can see what you're thinking. My money's good here. We're just here for some pancakes.
As long as you have it.
Oh, sure. We have it. Now, can we have some pancakes, please?
Payment first? He raises an eyebrow at you.
I just kind of scurry into my little bag and be like, I bet you treat everyone like this, don't you?
Only people that are dressed like you.
And I just kind of look at him like, how much then for 2 stacks of pancakes with a side of bacon?
9 silver pieces for the 2 of you.
Here's 10.
Each.
Here's 20.
Certainly, it'll be out any moment. And he kind of pulls out a chair. And you can see he's kind of surprised that you had that much.
I just kind of look at Orla. I just kind of look at Orla, like, and I just give her a big smirk as I take a seat and usher her to sit down too in front.
Okay.
So kind of, I'm just gonna befriend her a little bit more, and I just kind of push Echo to the side of me and take my long coat off.
Okay.
And move it over. Try and hide Echo a little bit so we don't get too kicked out of this establishment.
Well, you sat outside on one of the tables because it's quite a nice morning. The morning dew's just starting to kind of burn off as the sun's starting to rise up in the sky. So it's going to be a nice sunny day.
Okay. So then I'll have Echo just down by my side of my feet, but next to Orla, so she still feels comfortable as their friends.
Okie dokie.
And then I'm just gonna say to Orla, how about after breakfast we go and get you some actual clothes and shoes? How about that?
Yeah, she kind of looks down at the robe and she's like, "Yeah, this kind of smells a little bit funny."
That's men for you.
Mm.
What? So, what kind of clothing would you want?
I don't know. Will you pick for me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What kind of clothes did you used to wear so I can get an idea on what you'd feel comfortable in?
Dresses, and dresses.
So a dress then.
Yeah.
9-year-olds are a little more intelligent than that, right?
depends on their upbringing.
That's all she's ever worn, dresses.
Well, we'll go shopping. We'll try on a few things, and we'll just see what you like. How
Okay.
about that?
This kid might have garbage intelligence. You don't know that.
You also know she's been asleep for 6,500 years, and you don't know if it's
Right.
fucked with her brain. Stop questioning the DM.
So, so Orla, how are you? How are you feeling since you've woken up? You said you had a bit of a headache, but how has it been in this like town and with these people?
You're all a little weird.
That's true.
That's fair.
We're harmless though.
Yeah.
Is there anything different that we do now that you used to do or you didn't do?
You all talk funny.
What do you mean we talk funny?
Like, some of the accents are a little weird.
Cam knows all about weird accents. Sorry, distracted. So, whose accent would you say is weird? Is my accent weird?
No. Yours is the most normal. This small dwarf Dolda.
Yeah,
Yeah, he talks funny.
It's just where he's from, I think. But he's really lovely
I didn't recognise it.
once you get to know him. Well, I'm sure once you get to know him, he'll tell you all about where he's from.
Mhm. She's just kind of swinging her feet on the seat now.
Oh, so have you ever? Oh God, I almost fell off my chair. I've lost her. One sec, the maps. There we go. I was following the map of where I kind of was on your thing. So, Orla, what was your hometown like? What was it? Soria?
Zaraya.
Soraya, that one. What was that? What was your home
It was
like?
pretty. It was really, really big, and all like the roofs were all shiny and like silvery platinum color.
Oh,
Mhm.
really? Were you in like a forest, or was there
No.
a lot of water around
Zaraya
you?
was a big city.
Do you know roughly what was around you or where you were?
A lot of houses at the time when the big boom happened.
Did Was the big boom in like the middle of your city?
Yeah, the platinum tower, I think.
Okay. But were there any other cities around you or towns or anything you remember?
I remember Fosha being mentioned.
Oh, okay. Did you ever go there?
No, I've never left Zaraya.
So, is that where your mum and dad were from?
And she kind of gives a squint, and I think so.
Do you miss them?
I remember a man. I think he might be my daddy. I I don't remember my mother, but I know I had one.
Yeah, I miss. Okay. I miss my parents too. I haven't seen them in a very long time. Obviously, not as long as you, but all the same. Do you have any siblings? I've got a brother.
Maybe. There's too many faces in my head. It's all kind of blurry. I remember a man. I think he might be my daddy. Victor. Victor Creighton.
lovely name.
I try and remember all the people, and they all just kind of blur.
Yeah. Well, no one expects you to remember everything right now.
Mm-hmm. Are you all gonna help me find my mummy and daddy?
Well, that is a very good question. We will try and find out, and we'll try and help you as best as possible. But just if you remember anything with any information, we'll obviously that will help us. But we'll try and get you safe and sound.
Okay.
But anything that you remember, just remember to come and tell us, and that will help us get you home.
Okay.
And then just before the food arrives, out my bag I pull out my mechanical bag that was it Sprink gave me.
No, you found that in the cave. The wind-up
That
bird.
was it. Found it. So I'm just gonna. She looks kind of sad, so I just kind of pull out that out of my bag and I wind it, the little toy up, and I just place it in front of her and I give it to her. Here you go. This is for you.
Okay. And it plays a little kind of a chime, and it does these little weird kind of bird flap movements as it stands on the table. And soon enough, your pancakes do get delivered, and you do get quite a lot considering the amount you spent. This is a
Oh, the pancakes.
yes, and they're delicious as well. They are finely made. You can see why this place is a little pricier than most. And the silverware is literally silver as well.
That's coming home with me. So I'm just gonna start tucking into my food, and every now and then I'm gonna bacon and just hand it down to Echo.
He just gobbles it up hungry.
Yeah. So Orla, what do you think of the pancakes?
They're delicious.
Yeah. There's a lot here. Are you gonna eat it all?
I'm gonna try, and she's just tucking in. Like her cheeks are starting to bulge from the amount that she's shoving into her mouth. I would say at this point, as you're kind of laughing and you kind of look up, you do notice a hooded kind of figure just kind of dart into the shadows, like a good 300 feet or 300 yards down the road.
What's that? And I just kind of like look and turn my head, and I just kind of stand up a little bit.
Yeah, there's a few people that have kind of started to kind of come out into the daylight at the minute. Like you've got markets that are starting to be set up for the morning rush. But do you go and what? Go on.
Do you carry on? What were you going to say?
I was going to say, do you go and try and look for them, or are you just going to continue eating your pancakes?
I'm just going to say to Orla, did you see that?
Her mouth. See what?
That's what I thought. I'm just going to kind of continue with my pancakes, but take note of what direction they were running and remember what they were.
Okay, they were heading kind of northward.
Okay. So with there being quite a lot of pancakes for my money, I'm just gonna pack some up.
Pocket pancakes.
I'm gonna take some pancakes with me because I freaking paid for them and left a tip.
Want a tomato?
Ugh. Okay.
Oh, butter and pancakes. Could you imagine?
Yes, I can.
Oh, I just had myself back on your stream. Oh, not as echoey.
There you go.
Okay. Sorry, it's the first time I've had myself back. Okay, so I'm just gonna say to Orla, like, are you finished?
Yeah, she's pretty full at this point. She just kind of pushes the plate into the center. Yeah, finished.
Okay, I'm just gonna slyly, so I don't look like too much of a cheapskate, pack them inside my bag.
Roll a sleight of hand.
Oh, where is my thingy? Sleight of hand. 13.
You're pretty confident that the waiter at least hasn't seen you.
Okay. So I put my sneaky pancakes in my bag.
Okay.
And I just say to Orla, "Are you ready to go get some clothes?" As Orla just kind of walks out, I'm just gonna head over to the jokes on you if those are Russian pancakes.
Go on, what are you doing?
Sorry. I'm gonna close that again. Stop getting me in trouble, guys. Stop making me laugh.
Never.
I'm gonna I'm gonna on my way out, I'm just gonna let Orla walk out first with Echo, and I'm just gonna turn around to the waiter and ask him, "Excuse me, waiter.
Yes.
Just a quick question. Um, you probably know this town pretty well. I was just wondering if you could help me find someone."
And who are they? And he kind of gives a. You have to be specific.
It's a lady. She's in about her 40s. Kiara Gwynathan from Eastern. She's halfling. She's blonde hair. She used to run a winery. Ever heard of her?
No.
Okay, no worries. Thought I'd try.
Yes. he's very quickly like packing up your table. He just wants you guys gone.
Okay. So we're just gonna start almost walking back to the tavern. As we go, we're gonna start walking towards where the marketplaces are, so we can try and find some clothes for Orla,
Okay.
some shoes, and maybe a bag for her sweets and the new toy.
Okay. This area seems quite pricey. But asking around, you could probably hear from a couple of locals to say that like Shorehaven across the bridge is probably the cheaper place for picking up small things like that.
Is that headed back towards the tavern?
No. So if you're looking at the map,
Mhm.
you are down in the bottom left-hand corner currently, and Shorehaven is the one near the docks.
Okay. Okay, cool. Right. So, okay. We're going to head over there, but as I do look to look back to, did you say that guy ran
He ran
east?
No, he ran northwards, so back
North.
up towards the direction that you kind of originally came from.
Okay. I'm just going to turn my head, have a look of what was over there, and try and work out where he may be going, just take it as a mind
Okay.
note. And yeah, we're going to cross over the bridge and we're going to head over. Because I can already tell this place is too expensive for some clothing. And head over to, is it like a little market?
Yeah, as soon as you come over the bridge, you can see a market to the left-hand side.
Okay. So as I head to the market, I can see some sort of like clothing.
Roll a perception check.
Perception. Shit. 5.
Yeah, you kind of struggle. It seems to be a lot of fruit and vegetable stalls at the moment.
So I'm just gonna head over to one of these fruit and vegetables then, and just walk over and be like, "Hello, excuse me, can someone help me?"
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'm just looking for like some clothing for my little friend here. Do you know anywhere?
Head down to the docks,
Mhm.
and then 2 buildings over from the docks, I think there is a clothes shop.
Oh, cool, perfect. Thank you very much.
So,
And
go on.
yeah, you first.
So you head down towards the docks. You kind of see a small little kind of beach area in front of you, and then sure enough, about 2 or 3 like buildings down, you do see a clothing store.
As I'm walking down, I'm taking note of all the things that are around me, and I hopefully notice maybe like I don't know what you'd call it in this world, like a liquor store, if there
I mean,
is
there's
one.
there's
I
taverns.
don't know what you'd call. Okay, I noticed taverns then,
Hmm.
um, and just make a note to think, to remind myself to go in there and talk and ask about
Okay.
Kiara. Um, so I'm just gonna head into the shop and try and find something for Orla. And I'm just gonna go, Orla, in here.
She follows you in. Ah, hello. How
Um,
may I help you? And you see a
Hi,
you
Dad.
see a female dwarven woman.
I look down. Hi there. It's just we're just here to buy some clothes for my little friend here and some shoes. Preferably, we're looking at kind of dresses. So have you got anything that would fit her?
Absolutely. Uh, Feel free to look. So I will say, like, if you want to kind of give me a description of what you find.
Okay. So just kind of rummaging through some rails, and I find this pink with like a fake lace
Okay.
almost effect over the front of it. Something that you would kind of wear in church. It's quite long, almost. It kind of looks and resembles like a nightgown, but it's a little bit cinched, a little bit more preppy girl. And I just hold it up to Orla and go, "How about this?"
You can see she's not overly keen on the colour pink.
Yeah. So pink's out of the question. Yes.
Yeah.
So what's your favourite colour?
Green.
My kind of girl. Okay, so I'm just gonna start rummaging through some more, and I find it a green, kind of like schmuck. It's got lace, not lace, like laces at the
Okay.
front, and it's got a green beaded pattern, and it's short sleeve, almost more like a summer dress,
Okay.
um, with like puffy arms, shoulders. And next to that, I also find a green top in a, and I just pick them both up and say, Orla, what do you think of these?
Yeah. And then she kind of runs over and she's got like a pair of like kind of like nice little black shoes in her hand. And these two.
Yeah. So, do you want to try them on first?
Okay. And she kind of looks around of where she could try them on. And there is a little kind of corner of a changing room, so she goes and gets changed, chucks it all on.
So, while she's getting changed, I'm just gonna take that opportunity to just kind of walk outside.
Okay.
just just while she's getting changed, it'll take her a few minutes, hopefully. Um, and just take a note of exactly where we are, and just gonna pop over to the tavern. I'm gonna abandon the child. I'm gonna tell Echo to just stay with Orla, keep watch.
Okay.
As I go into the tavern,
Okay.
a few doors down.
Yeah.
Whilst in there, I'm just gonna ask the bar person again as I walk in, if they know about Kiara or seeing Kiara.
Okay. Roll a persuasion check.
Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. 4.
Sorry, I don't ring any bells.
Okay, I quickly scurry back along,
Okay.
just in time.
Well, as you're kind of darting along the docks, you do notice a familiar ship that seems to be pulled up at one of the piers with the bright kind of letters of Kayla's Casino written on the side.
Do I see? Are they actually like pulling into the
No,
dock?
it's already stationary there. You do see a few dockhands that are kind of loading crates in and out of the ship itself.
Okay. So, as I noticed that, I just pop back into the shop and go see how Orla's doing. and make sure the dress fits, and then I'm just gonna pay for it.
Okay. Mark off. Let's say. Let's say just a gold for the entire outfit. It's quite a
Okay. So I need to remove 21.
Primani place.
Total. Okay. Cool. I'm just gonna say to the shopkeeper, thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
And I just ask Orla if she wants to keep is it Dolder's smock?
No, it's just his robe in it. She's like, no.
Okay. I put it in my bag anyway, just to make sure to see if he wants
Okey-dokey.
it back again. And then I'm gonna just head over to the boat quickly. And on my journey, I say to Orla, I'm just gonna head over to this boat. It's one of a girl we met called Kayla. I'm just gonna check in, and then how about after that? Do you want to join me for some target practice?
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect.
Start,
Okay, we won't be
yeah,
long.
she starts doing like an air bow and arrow in her hands.
Yeah, I've been a little bit rusty. I've missed a few shots in the last couple of days, so I need to get in.
So are you leaving her again? Okay.
No, I told her to
Okay.
come with me on the boat. I said we just need to quickly go
Okay.
boat first, and then we'll
Sure.
practice. Just so she kind of goes, she's got something to look forward to, and she knows what we're going to do. So we're just going to head over to Kayla's boat, and we're just walking along. We're pretty close to the dock, aren't we? There's no need to far walk.
No, it's literally just across the street. There's a stone dock that kind of goes out, and the boat's just literally pulled up there.
Okay, cool. So I just walk up and I see Kayla, or is she not there?
You don't see Kayla, but you do hear a familiar voice kind of go out, Lilith! And you see the small red Mohican gnome come bundling out of the ship and running up to you and kind of hugs your leg.
Hi, Spring.
Oh, it's so good to see you're alive.
Yeah. Why would you not think we're alive?
Because you left on the ship with the most formidable pirates in all the seas.
Wow. You have no faith in us.
I'll try and change that for the future.
Spring, this is Orla.
Oh, hello. That's quick work.
She's not mine.
Oh, that makes more sense. Okay.
Cheeky sod.
Oh, pleasure to meet you. And he kind of gives a little nod to Orla.
Orla, this is Spring. We met him on our adventures about a week and a bit ago now. Yeah, he's a character.
It was only about 4 days ago. 4 or 5 days ago.
Oh, feels like a week.
It might be a little bit longer.
Feels like
yeah,
longer.
I've not got my calendar with me, so.
I thought it was like
Well,
a week. When we were on the boat for like 5 days, and then we've been here one night.
Yeah. So it's not a week and a half.
Yeah. A week.
A week, yes.
About a week. No, we're just been for some breakfast, and we're just gonna do a little bit of target practice on the beach. What brings you here?
We were headed here.
I know that, but what are you still doing on the boat?
It's the only place we've got to stay.
Where's Kayla?
She's off in the city somewhere, organising some supplies and stuff for the trip. We've decided that we're gonna restart the franchise, as it were. So basically, this used to be a river cruise that used to go from Q Key all the way to Eastron, but now we're over here. We could go from Vidal all the way up to Phosha and do like a little swamp run.
Oh, and what sparked on that?
We can't go back to Q Key. Where we were harbouring fugitives.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah, no worries. You did say that you'd try and sort it out so that we could return one day.
Yeah, we'll totally do
Mhm.
that. We will definitely do that. Yeah, just we've got our hands full a little bit at the moment, but we'll definitely circle back to that.
Appreciated. He
I'm
does
just
not
gonna-
believe you.
He shouldn't. Yeah, so I'm just gonna look at Sprink, and I'm just gonna remember that Kayla's somewhere in
Okay.
town, and obviously tell the guys a bit later. But I'm just gonna say, well, we're gonna go and do skit practice on the beach now. So
All right. Well,
well, if you're still in town, or the city, whatever you want to
yeah,
call it.
we're going to be
Um,
supplying ourselves up for a few days now. The boat needs some repairs after the journey, so we'll be here if you want to comment by any time.
cool, perfect. Yeah, we can always meet in one of the taverns for a drink with Kayla and the guys.
Sure.
I'll definitely mention it to them.
Sure.
I'm on purposely not telling him where we're staying.
Okay.
Otherwise, I feel like he'll be attached to
Mhm.
us. So we're gonna go now. So I'll definitely see you soon.
Okay.
Come on, Ola.
So you're going to head off for a little bit of target practice.
Yeah, we're just gonna head to the little beach.
Yeah, okie dokie.
Down here.
The beach is
Um,
pretty much deserted. You see one old man walking his dog playing catch with a piece of driftwood.
Got a bit of target practice. Old man.
Or the dog.
Not the dog. I kind of look at Echo like, leave the dog alone.
Yeah, he doesn't seem too interested.
So, I'm just going to, whilst we're on the beach, I'm just going to say to Orla, have you ever been to the beach before?
No, Zerai was inland. There was a lake.
You've never been
There
to
was
the
a lake.
beach. So you've never felt the sand between your toes?
No.
You're missing a lot.
She
just as we walk
she immediately
down
rips the
the
shoes
sand.
off that she's just bought.
Yeah, don't get them dirty. Yeah. So I'm just gonna look for stuff surrounding us to try and stack up to, or is there something around me? I'm guessing maybe like a log or something that would be good target practice.
I'd say yeah, you can find a little bit of driftwood that's kind of washed up on the beach. It's fairly
Okay.
chunky size.
Okay, so I'm gonna grab a bit of wood, and I'm gonna push it up against some rocks.
Mhm.
So it's almost like standing up. And then I'm gonna walk back to Orla and say, "Have you ever shot a bow and arrow
No.
before?" Yeah. Well, if you want to watch me do it, and then how about we have a go?
Okay.
Okay. So I pull my bow off my back and grab an arrow, and I kind of get in my stance, and with the wind, I kind of feel my hair go across my face, so I can understand where the wind's going, and I shift my body parallel, so the wind will follow through to the arrow. And as I breathe, I release, and hopefully the arrow goes
Roll an
into
attack.
Okay.
Yeah, 14 hits. Just sinks into the log. Dum.
So I just kind of look at Orla as if to go, ta-da!
My turn.
How about I do a few more, and then we'll do some together.
Okay.
How about
roll
that?
another two attacks and see how you average.
Okay. 20.
Yeah, that hits. Another one.
Fuck's sake. 10.
It's a piece of wood. It doesn't have a high AC. But yeah, you meticulously just fire arrow after arrow, and it all just sinks into the wood. And you make a little round symbol on there. You feel like your
Okay,
confidence in your abilities seems to have improved.
Okay, So I'm just going to start walking over to the wood and grab my arrows back.
Okie dokie.
Your turn?
Okay. She happily grabs your your bow, which is quite large in her hands, so she kind of fumbles a little bit.
Yeah.
But let me roll 3 attacks, see how she does. Damn.
Better than me.
With an expert precision, she nails it, and she nearly hits every single of the indents that you've made with your arrows perfectly. That matches what you did.
I just look at Orla going like, archer in your past life or something.
No.
Are you sure? You did say you bumped your head.
Yeah, but that was really cool.
That was very, very impressive. So, do you want to go again?
Yeah. So she'll take a couple more goes.
I was going to say, do you want to try something that's moving?
She immediately notches another arrow and fires it. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh my god, remind me how to do that.
So saving throws, top left corner. Click on the dex.
Whoop. Saving throw. Where is it? What?
Saving throw, top left corner. Little tiny box, saving throws.
Oh, I feel like I'm being very blind.
Underneath all your stats.
Yeah, definitely.
Above senses.
Ah, I see. I got it. Had my screen halved. Dexterity, you say? 9.
Yeah. You take. You take 3 points of damage as an arrow sinks into your leg.
This bit.
She rolled a natural 1.
Bloody hell. Great.
Yeah,
Thanks,
she just drops the bow and arrow and runs over to you. So sorry.
You say 3
Yeah.
damage. It's okay. It was my fault anyway. Don't you worry.
Okay.
I'm sure one of the guys can help later.
Should we go back and see if they can heal you?
Yeah, I think that's enough practice for one day. Don't
Okay, you make your way back to the tavern then.
I just have like 2 more questions.
Okay.
So just on our way
Okay.
back, I'm just kind of hobbling along now.
Okay.
I'm just going to start walking and just say, so where did that come from? Like you've never shot an arrow before. Where did that skill come from?
Beginner's luck.
Ola, I just have something to ask. Just something we found while we found you. We heard about two names. If I ask you them, do you think you can work out if you've ever heard them before?
Okay.
The name Kaz?
She kind of squints and kind of scrunches up her nose. No.
Or what's that face for?
No, I'm just thinking.
Or Draxel?
You know.
It doesn't matter if
You notice her mood shift. Her bubbly self seems to darken, and you see her clench her fists, and it looks like she's holding back tears. Draxel was a bad man.
Oh, I didn't mean to upset you. It was just some information. He didn't hurt you, did he?
Yeah, a lot of people. I think he is the one that took Mother away.
Type it. Okay. Took your mother where?
Away.
Yeah. Did you see him before the big boom?
No.
No. You don't remember anything else?
Not really.
It's okay. It was just a question. As I just kind of say, why don't you run off with Echo, and I'll just hobble back as I grab like a stick that I find just as we're passing
Okay.
the beach.
Okay. And as you're leaving the beach, you and you see kind of Orla and Echo kind of run off up ahead. You see a little boy running down to the beach at quite at a quick speed, and he seems to be heading straight towards you. And he runs up, places a note into your hand before running off again.
What the heck just happened?
A kid just ran up, gave you a note, and legged it.
I'm just gonna I'm just gonna open the note slowly
Okay.
as I kind of lean on my new clutch. Crutch. Can't say
Okay. In Elven, you read the message. Go to the entrance of the Raven's Queen crypt tonight at sundown. Make sure you're not followed. Eli.
Jesus Christ. I don't write notes. I'll forget. I'm just gonna just look at this note, and I'm just gonna like my eyes just start to tear down. And I thought so.
Okay, but eventually you do hobble your way back to the tavern, and you walk in just as the rest of the group are now getting down to breakfast. So, what would anyone else like to do as you're all kind of waking up? You're heading down to the bar, fresh and eager for the new day that has arrived.
I would say Azrin at sunup headed to that Dragonborn farm and just helping
Okay.
out. So that's where I am
Yeah,
right now.
okay. The rest of you?
I'm gonna be I don't know. What do I see when I wake up?
So, you wake up to a pink foot that's kind of currently jammed into your face. And
Cool.
as you kind of wake up and you start to stir, the pink foot moves. Oh, I'm late. And you just see her, Gabby, just get up and panic dress as she rushes around the room trying to throw clothes on so she could get down to her morning shift.
I'll just kind of chuckle, stretch, then slowly get out of
Yeah.
bed, start putting my clothes back
Garble's
on.
just lying next to you, snoring his head off.
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
leave.
With my top hat still on.
With the top hat still on.
It's like just glued on at this point.
The
Um,
only thing that's on.
And then yeah, just grab my stuff and head down to
Okie
breakfast.
dokie. Garble, you would hear the door close behind her, and it kind of wakes you up a little bit.
Round one was fun. Off for work, and I, get to my suit, and as soon as I'm clothed and gallant and everything, I'll just go and check this giant stash of paperwork. And what do I see?
Roll a perception or investigation, whichever you want.
12.
You do see quite a lot of runic symbols, messages in different languages, and it looks all very complicated. The languages that you are able to read, such as like Common, the questions do seem to be quite difficult. So it would probably take an intelligence check to see whether or not you could answer them correctly.
So before I do start to answer them, then I'll just take a moment and prepare the ritual spell comprehend languages. And just prepare myself in any way or shape or form, whatever the papers are going to tell me.
You finish the comprehend language spell, and the majority of the questions that you can now read, some of them seem to be more magical incantations that aren't language as such, so are a little beyond the range of comprehend language.
can I then, let's see. Can I go and check and see if I can find Nep? Just to make sure that our stashes are the same.
Okay. Nep, where are you currently?
I'm still sleeping. 100%.
Okay, so you knock on Nep's bedroom.
First, I tap very gently. Nep, Nep.
Oh, I'm out.
You just go in.
I do a swift little smack on his head with my staff, and I go like, "Yo, wakey, wakey!"
I jolt up and like scurry for where my daggers are until I realize that it's just garble, and then I calm the hell down. Like, yo, have you seen the magic test thing?
Oh, you mean these?
Yeah, they're just blank. I don't know about you, but mine are just blank.
That's what I want to test, and I put his stash next to mine, and while that language comprehension is still in effect, I'll very carefully look for any changes or something that would separate them
But
apart.
as soon as you put his next to yours, you see no difference. You see writing on his one. You don't know what the hell he's on about.
Right. So, as special as you are, Nep, I guess this isn't your kind of special. And is there stuff here that we need to answer as in very personal questions, or can I just copy answer from my stuff and have him just fill in some blanks?
You can copy. It seems to be more of an overall test of ability more than test of who is actually applying.
Ability as in magical
as in
abilities,
knowledge, magic ability. It seems that the basic enchantment that seems to be on these papers means that only people with perhaps any arcane abilities are able to read them.
Right. Well, I explain here to Nep the content of the text, and I do ask if there's anything specific that he knows that can be considered magical enough for the arcane people to know about, that we can copy and put it.
I mean, you could go and ask the other party members that cast spells if you wanted to.
I mean, it's gonna be me and Nep going there, but yeah, we'll ask other people to join us.
I want to grab a coin and say, the most magical thing I can do is, and then I'm just gonna play with the coin and make it disappear and stuff.
Okay, so you do the whole
Just like
behind the
shit
ear
magic tricks, you know? Yeah, that kind
Okay.
of stuff.
Right. I just toss his stash of paper just next to my shoulder and just focus on my own then.
Okay.
But yeah, I answer my questionnaire as gently as I can, just making sure that I don't mess up the languages. And I'm just gonna just say like, right, ready. Let's have some breakfast and prepare for a
Okay,
journey.
roll an intelligence check for me.
Oof.
I'd help you,
Yeah.
but I'm 100% useless in
This test is hard.
6.
You managed to fill out a few of the questions, but there are quite a lot of blanks. And then you both head down to breakfast. Okie dokie. Dolda, Dion, anything you guys are doing down there, Quithus?
I will say the only other thing I would probably do would be due to my background, I just double check that I still have all my stuff.
Roll an investigation check.
I ain't trust taverns. Trust no hoes. 17.
Seems it.
Okay,
You got a
cool.
freebie.
Then I will settle down for breakfast.
Okay. Dolder?
The question there is because last session I got the impression that it was a morning sermon, but in your recap you said afternoon.
Well,
So just wanted to
it's
check
like
which one.
at the minute this is like probably like pushing like 7 o'clock in the morning. Like it's more of like a late morning, early noon kind of a sermon. So you have time for breakfast and whatever.
Faith never sleeps. You gotta get
Jesus
the
ain't got no
Let's
bedtime.
say, no one got no
it's-
fucking snooze
It's
alarm.
about 7 a.m. and the sermon's about 11:30. There you go.
Dolder's morning is taken up by basically propping up by the door to see if the kid shows up and prepping gear and shit for the sermon.
Okay. Gabby bursts downstairs and like relieves the person who was temporarily watching over the bar while she was late, and you do see the familiar figure of the dancer from the previous day had been working behind the bar and sees Gabby, has a look of delight, whispers something to her, and then runs back off into the back of the bar.
As into a back room or back behind
Back
it?
behind the bar. So he opens the door and she's disappeared behind the bar. Back room. Behind the bar.
Someone's off in a hurry.
Gabby brings over like a few plates of breakfast and stuff since you all have ordered food. Yeah, sorry, that kid showed up early this morning.
So where's she run to?
Back to her room.
Oh, see, okay, so they're the back staircase. I thought it was like a back, like more like loading area, so it was like a back door out of the place, if anything.
You get the idea that there are 3 floors up, but they seem to be for guests who are staying, and then there is a basement kind of area, you don't know how large, below that is probably for the staff or the workers.
Roger. Has the kid been back this morning?
Yeah, seems came in, caused a bit of a scene, and was gone again. Thanks to our ogre friend over there. And nods to the ogre doorman.
Next time, if he shows up, I am not down here. Come get me.
Yeah, sorry, I was a little preoccupied. I should have been up a while back. I should have been here. And she kind of gives like Dion a look from the corner of her eye and kind of blushes slightly.
Dalder will just kind of flatly look at Dion, look back. I know.
Right. Anything I could get you guys?
If there is breakfast ready, then that is all.
Right. And then she plops the plates down and disappears back to the bar to start setting up for the day. Quithis, would you like to do anything?
Yes, I wanted to, whenever I woke up, stop by Ayara and Lilith's door where I left Orla and knock.
Okay. At the time, you knock and no answer.
I knock one more time and I call, Ayara, Lilith?
Nothing.
I try the door.
Lilith, would you have locked it behind you?
Probably not.
So it opens, there's no one in there.
I've taken mask off.
Nobody in there. Okay, that's good. I'm sure there's nobody in there, then that's good enough. I
Okay.
walk out.
You head
Go downstairs and I get some breakfast.
Okay, you head downstairs and you do see Lilith all at the table eating some, well, looking at some breakfast since they've already had some themselves, and you do see Ayara who's still curled up asleep next to the fire.
Adorable. All right, yes, get myself a plate.
Okay. Ayara, you start to feel kind of the presence of people kind of stepping over you near the table.
She's AFK.
Okay.
She went to the bathroom thinking that she could sleep for a
She
while
didn't
longer.
feel shit. Okay. So you.
Yep, she's still passed out.
When Dion comes down, Dalder will give them one of the platinum rings.
Okay.
Are you proposing to me?
Clearly, that is my intent.
And I'll put it swiftly on my ring finger.
Of course you do.
Keep that on you in shit gets sticky, I might be able to protect you better.
As
Keep
my
your
future
full head on.
husband, I expect you to.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Do not make me regret my decisions.
Okay, fine. Don't take a joke.
Are you alright?
I think you are enough joke for everyone.
Yes.
We try.
Hang on.
Ouch. Need some ice
Yikes.
for
I
that
know,
burn.
jeez.
I felt that over here. I just thought my pancakes were hot.
Are you alright? You wake up to the sounds of someone like talking about getting engaged and married.
I wake up very confused yet again, very hungover. Ayara clearly has a headache, is not feeling great, and I guess everyone around me is just, or all my partners are all down
They're
here.
all at the table eating breakfast that smells quite delicious.
Okay. AR kind of gets up and slowly trudges over and plops down in an empty chair.
Okay.
And, makes eye contact with some people and nods. And then, picks her, raises her hand to try and get the waiter's attention.
Okay, Gabby comes over.
Hey, could I just have something? Lots of bread and sugar, please.
Lots of bread and sugar. Okay. So she kind of disappears, and about 5 minutes later, she comes back with a nice big loaf of tiger-looking bread and a basic pot of sugar. Sorry, we don't really have a lot sweets at this time in the morning.
This'll be fine.
Okay, and she kind of watches you kind of curiously, is like, is she going to put sugar on bread?
Yep. Ayara just starts sprinkling sugar on top of the bread and eating it.
Ola, who's
I'm just gonna.
Ola that's already eaten,
Sorry.
just kind of holds up the candy bag to you and just goes, "Do you want some of this?"
Oh, bless you, child. And Ayara reaches in and grabs like a little lollipop.
Okay, Lilith, what were you doing?
I was just gonna say, I just look at AR and be like, I've got some pancakes.
Her ears perk up and she's like, pancakes? Where?
We went out for breakfast and there was a lot, so I've got some pancakes. Do you want a pancake?
You would be my favorite person.
I just kind of like sneak it like I'm doing like a secret deal. I just go into my bag and I pull out a napkin, like quite a large, thick napkin, and just slide it over.
Yeah.
I would like to roll a perception.
You don't need to. Both of you have got fairly decent passive perception. Dolda, you see the two elves shiftily like passing things between each other in the corner.
Once it is revealed that it is pancakes, Dolder will just, his very blank, flat stare will just slowly dial up to just sheer fucking disgust.
It becomes blanker and flatter.
Dion will go, is it, lean over to Dulder, is it an elf thing to just keep food in your fucking pockets?
They are a craven people.
Ugh.
There is no hope for their kind.
Does Ayara hear this, or is she too busy munching away?
Do you think I'm being quiet?
I mean, your passive perception's 10, so I'm going to need you to roll a perception check to see whether you can hear them.
Okay. Passive perception.
Just a perception check. Your passive's 10. It's like as low as.
That's a 6.
Yeah, nah, you've got pancakes.
No idea.
Alright, I'm just munching away.
Okay. Azran, were you looking to do anything in the fields in particular?
Not really.
Just helping out.
I had agreed to help them out on their farm. But if you have anything I could gain over there, I don't really know because we asked them yesterday.
I would say you kind of head over there. The silvery looking dragonborn that you spoke to before kind of gives you a nod and introduces you to a few of the helpers. There's a few dragonborn with him, couple of dwarves, couple of humans, and they lead you out into the field. You spend the next hour and a half maybe doing some work. Pretty hard stuff. If you wanted to ask them anything, or
Can I tell who's kind of like in charge here? Like, because we talked to someone yesterday. It was the silver one, right?
You do.
And they seem to be in
Well,
charge.
that was the one you went up to. But you do see
Okay.
that a lot of the people seem to be kind of going up to this kind of this red looking dragonborn, quite a large, stocky one. He's topless, looking like he's wearing kind of like a bit of like a loincloth kind of thing, and he's doing all the heavy lifting, like lifting all the farm equipment and stuff around.
You said a red one? OOC, is this common in these parts?
I mean, you don't know. You're not from these parts.
Well, how? I guess my question is, would I be surprised by this or not?
Not particularly. There are kind of places in the world that seem to have kind of pulled together in the times of peace.
I mean, I've been to Eastern a lot for trade and stuff.
Yeah, no,
so.
you'd have seen kind of different skin colors of dragonborn maybe dotted about, mixing in with other people.
Okay. After my work that I was assigned is completed, I come up to him and ask him if there's anything else I can do.
No, I think we're about done now. Can I help you?
Yeah, I was speaking to one of your kin yesterday when we approached with the human.
Right.
But you seem to be in charge around here. I was wondering if you knew about any blue dragonborn clans in the area, or maybe further out.
Blue. Not in a long time.
How long? Because I mean, I'm starting from zero.
Probably about 10 years ago.
Damn. Whereabouts?
Over in Tolvir, there was a small little kind of gathering, but I left there about 2 years ago now, so I don't know where they kind of went after that point.
Understood. Just thinking. Do you know anything about these followers of Bahamut in search of Zariah?
Oh yeah, those quite a lot of them left. There's still a couple around in the city, but I think they're on the watch list.
Gotcha. And your friend mentioned that they were heading north. Is that
Most
true?
of them are, yeah. The ones that stayed are keeping a low profile.
Well, thank you very much for your help.
You're welcome.
And I just say goodbye to the people I was working with, and then on my way back, I want to look for like a map store or anything that can sell like charts and whatnot.
Sure. Roll a perception check.
Shit.
Shit. 22. Pretty good, pretty good. You do find it's less of a map shop and it's more of a art shop. And just as you happen to be walking past, you do see an artistic kind of painting of like a map of Martus in the window.
Excuse me, how much for the map of, or the geographic painting of Martus?
Come in, and he kind of waves you into the shop.
I kind of dust myself off from the morning farm work and politely in.
Sure. Okay, let me see. This is a curious piece of work. Very high quality. I'll sell it to you for 5 gold.
5. He checks his purse and he kind of avoids showing the inside of it.
Okay.
And would you be willing to part with it for 3?
This is an original Zuli.
Oh, a Zuli. I'm afraid I just don't have that much money. I'm new to town.
Roll a perception check. Persuasion check, sorry.
Persuasion? A dirty
Dirty
20.
20. He's like, hmm, 2 gold?
Recognizing his error, I said, no, I said 3.
Yes, exactly. 3. Roll an insight check.
Okay. Shit. 5.
You don't notice anything weird. You hand in the 3 gold.
Can I mean, since that was a little odd, but I guess
Yeah,
I
you
didn't
didn't
notice
notice anything.
anything. Okay, I give him the 3
Okay,
gold.
you hand him the 3 gold. He pulls it out of the window to you, hands it off to you, and it's yours. You head out.
All right, I take one last look around.
Okay. Roll a perception check.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Let me know if I'm out of
No,
line.
it's all good.
Nope, I don't notice shit. 5.
Okay.
Guess I walk out and I start heading back to the tavern.
You sure do. You walk out, and soon enough, about 5 seconds later after you leave, you hear the door behind you burst open, and the guy that just sold you the painting legs it down the street. In the opposite direction.
The other direction.
Oh, okay. He was robbing the place.
He wasn't a worker there. He just sold you a painting that wasn't his.
Oh, cool.
So there you go. But yeah, eventually you do end up kind of making your way back to the Hammer and Tongs, and you pretty much make it there to the front door at the same time as Solera, who's kind of running back out of breath, a little bit sweaty. He's like, morning.
Morning. Where have you been?
Run. Got to keep fit, and she kind of pounds her abs a little bit.
Just give a hearty chuckle and mention that I was working in the farm, so I know the feeling.
Nice, respect. And she kind of puts her fist out to kind of give you a fist bump.
Not really knowing this gesture, I just slowly give her a fist bump.
Okay. We'll work on it. She pushes her way inside, and you do see the rest of the kind of group that are sat on the same table as you were yesterday, all tucking into breakfast.
I sit down on a free space, and I just nod to everyone like white males do in the Americas.
Okie. Solera kind of pulls up a stool and sits at the very head of the table. Well, first day in the city properly now. We have business to attend, right?
Ara just kind of grunts.
Okay. So, what's the plan?
I pull out the map and kind of lay it out on the table. Hopefully, it's a good render of the world.
It is more of an artistic kind of license, but it does kind of have the main kind of cities and towns that are kind of laid out on it.
Okay. I greet Orla good morning, and I
Morning.
politely, it's like, could you said yesterday you could point out Zariah on a map. Could you do that for me?
Sure. And she kind of plops her finger down it somewhere in the field or foresty area, just kind of to the northwest of Fosha.
Of Fosha?
Oh, northeast, is it? Sorry. Yeah, northeast.
Got it. Thank you so much.
You said west.
I just sit there in my own head for a little bit, and I'll wait to see what anybody else says.
Okay. Solera's just kind of looking around, like waiting for someone to say something like, does anyone have any leads on where we're going?
I have maps too. And I just dig through my bags and pull out like the old maps and star charts that I got from the cave.
Okay.
And I, kind of dust them off away from the table and put them down.
Okay, doke.
We want to meet
Uh,
with the. Sorry.
Hmm?
No, go on. I'm interrupting.
I'll kind of compare to see like how different. I mean, obviously artistic interpretation, but borders should still be about the same.
The border's about the same.
And compare. Yeah, compare between the old map, which God knows how old it is, and this one that he just bought.
Okay. There are a few towns and cities that appear on your map that don't appear on the newer one. And the scale seems to be a little bit more accurate on the maps that you have compared to the artistic interpretation. You also have maps of places and continents that you've never seen.
Cool. Well, to answer the question as we're going, I don't know yet.
We could possibly take the information on these maps and compare them to whatever information we can get to the library, if we can actually go and get the pretty successful meeting over at the academy.
If not, if we can't get the access to it, I can definitely get access to it.
Oh, one way or another, we're getting into the library.
One way.
I do have a meeting this morning with a certain mysterious robed gentleman who said he was going to take me to see around town if anybody wants to join in with that. I don't know if that'll be useful.
Sure you do.
I do. Are you jealous now because you're my husband? Flash the ring.
Wait. Are you talking about IRL?
No.
I was like, did I miss something while I was AFK?
No.
Yes, we got married. Me and
Yep.
Griffin got married.
Yeah. No, it's a component for one of his protection spells. Requires 2 platinum rings, and I made the joke that he proposed to Dion.
Oh, okay, I get it now.
And scene.
And AR kind of perks up and is like, I'd love to go around town with you.
Cool. Anybody else?
I just kind of look and go, oh, while I was out for breakfast, guess who I saw today? Sprink.
Who?
So Sprink and Kayla have finally arrived. Their boat's at the dock.
Oh, Sprinkle.
Yeah, good old Sprinkle. Yeah, he was telling me all about he's going on another voyage. He's gonna open, in he can't go to QQ anymore because of us. But him and Kayla are looking at opening up their business again. But they're in the city for a little while.
What did you guys do?
You don't want to know, or you actually do know.
Oh yeah,
What
I guess
did-
we do know.
What's that?
Who do?
What I
Older
did
Quithus,
in,
Dion.
QQ.
I mean, technically you all know. You were all on the boat when you were all...
Yeah.
Yeah, we all, everybody.
We all heard the story. But yeah,
I just
they're
wanna
here.
look
Where Samantha and I are lost.
The whole
I
gem.
stole the pretty gem. Yeah, I stole a shiny gem. For
Oh,
some guy, some high elf in Vodal, which is why we're.
That's
well,
what I thought. Like the
why
other
I'm
group
here.
had also done something. That's why I was like, "What did you guys do?"
No.
We did. We just ended up on the
No, it's
boat.
just us harboring a fucking
Yeah.
criminal.
Yeah.
Guilty by association.
It's all my fault.
Adrian just pipes up and he says, "Well, my plan is to head north. I don't know if anybody else is willing to go that way eventually, but I plan to find Zariah just like those Temple of Bahamut people." And I look at Quithus.
Yes, Quithus perks up. What? I'm sorry? The Temple of Bahamut people? I'm sorry, what?
I found they headed north in search of Zariah, and I plan to follow them.
I just kind of look at you both, and I just also look at Orla and just kind of go, Orla, do you want to head up to the room for a minute with Echo?
Okay.
I just kind of, as Orla disappears, I just kind of look at mainly Azra and Bowser, and just kind of go, oh, I've got some information actually. If you guys want to hear, I was with all of this.
Oh,
Oh,
I will.
yes,
I will just
absolutely.
quickly jump in there and say, Quithis, since your fucking passive perception is now at 17 somehow, the fucking monster, as Ola jumps up from the table and runs to the kind of curtain to go upstairs, you do notice she seems a little taller.
Really? How much taller?
About an inch and a half.
Huh.
Oh my god, shoes.
Interesting.
I was gonna say those shoes better have been heels.
Right.
But yeah, she runs off upstairs as Lilith continues to speak.
Sorry, I wasn't interrupting anyone, was I?
No.
Oh yeah, I also got Ola some new clothes. Oh, that reminds me, Zelda, your I've got your robe. Do you want it back?
Yes, it will need wash, but sure.
I just like pull my bag out from my side and just grab his cloaky thing and just go, here you go.
Dollar will basically grab it like it was, pretty much grabbing it the same way you'd pick up like a dish towel you just use to clean up something rather unpleasant.
Yeah, it does seem to be covered in pancake crumbs.
I see your kind are as good as always of taking care of things that are not theirs.
Well,
Dion chokes
what's
on their
worse?
drink.
AR definitely rolls her eyes at that comment.
Look, you're lucky I even kept it. I was going to put it in the bin, but
Yes, I am most fortunate.
well, do you want to hear my information, or are you just going to go on about your dress?
This directed towards Dollar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do not give single fuck of what information you have.
I
These gentlemen, on the other hand, might care.
Language? We have a child
Oh,
here.
the child's
child's
gone.
upstairs.
Ran
She's gone in
upstairs.
her room.
But some of us give a shit because some of us still don't know what the hell's really going on with that
Which is
kid.
what I said.
Yeah, well.
Continue.
So anyway, yeah, we went on a walk this morning, and just kind of like, because I wasn't well yesterday, I just thought I'd get to know her a little bit. So here's what I found out. So obviously you guys know where I'm from. Yeah, she mentioned to me that there was a village next to her called Fosha. So hopefully we can find out kind of where that is. Have you still got you've got your maps
I was
open,
gonna
haven't
say, she didn't say
Yeah, the
she didn't
maps
say
are
it was
there.
a village. She said it was a place.
you?
And
Really different.
nearly every single one of you knows what Foch is.
I didn't know that. Okay. I missed that in the last episode.
It's not in the last
Must admit.
episode. Just in general, Foch is the capital city of the continent.
Well, I missed that from my
There you
notes.
go.
Okay.
But you have it now.
There we go. So those two names from that diary as well, Kaz and Draxel. She she didn't really know that Kaz person, but when I mentioned Draxel, she looked kind of scared actually. She almost looked like she was going to cry. Apparently he took her mum away, but I don't know where.
Was that part of the journal that was read out loud?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's two names in the journal, Kaz and Draxel. And yeah, she didn't know who Kaz was, but Draxel was apparently a really bad guy that took her mum away. She doesn't really remember too much about her mum or her dad, who she thinks name is Victor Creighton.
Creighton.
We got a last name?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I missed that part.
Yeah, Victor Creighton.
How are you spelling?
Crayton.
But yeah, she said she thinks it's her dad's. But there's their name to throw into it.
Have any of us heard that name? Is it like historically famous?
Victor
or no?
Creighton.
Mhm.
Roll a history check, everyone, to see if you know it.
16.
What is with these twos, man?
11.
You don't roll that.
13.
Did anyone get above a 20?
No.
There's a few people that haven't rolled yet.
Or did they roll real dice?
I just didn't roll. I rolled an 8. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just realized Bowser has dice stuck to his
Oh,
forehead.
okay.
Maybe for a minute.
I was like, what is that?
Interesting.
Them D4s have been put
Yeah.
to work.
No, unless anyone rolled above a 20, none of you have heard of Victor Creighton.
Damn.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just opening Bowser's.
Beautiful.
Very stylish.
So Ayara kind of looks over at Ajran and is like, well, how, if you go up north, are you leaving, or are you coming back here?
I have no reason to come back.
Okay. When would you leave?
Soon. I have no reason to stay, so
Okay. I really wanted to go out with Dion and her.
I'm not leaving today.
Oh, okay. AR just seems more at ease.
Did you still want to join me? I take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I know I have to stick with you. That's all I know.
I'm sorry. Join you where?
To go north for Zariah.
When do you plan on leaving?
Depending on who all goes with me, it's whenever everyone's ready. I figured we could ask Orla if she wanted to go with us as well. I mean, considering the questions we have answered led to more questions, it's going to take us a while to
Yes.
figure that out.
Leading the girl back home to a destroyed home. I'm not sure how she would fare with that. I wouldn't mind joining you, but I do have some more business to take care of in the city.
Fair enough. I can always help out my kinsman. Some more.
I believe that there's still a sect of worshippers of Bahamut in this city somewhere, and I intend to find them. So for now, I will go to the ruins of the temple and see if there's any clue or any sign as to where they may be.
I asked the leader of the clan in the farmlands over there, and he mentioned a majority of them did go north, and he did mention that they're also looking for Zariah. So I hope that helps.
I'll bear that in mind. I would still like to go and look around anyway.
Sure. Yeah.
So Solera's at the head of the table going, okay, but for the meantime, Jem, what are we doing?
I'm gonna go meet with the headmaster of the school.
Great.
Hopefully get contact with him, because I'm guessing he will notice me going over there if it's not the headmaster.
But Nep, what of your contact, the person whom you were supposed to sell the gem to initially?
Well, that's it. That's
That is
part of the reason I'm going to go see the headmaster.
understood. And you're sure that he'll meet with you?
No. But I'm sure I'm gonna get a meeting one way or another.
Headmaster of a Arcana Academy, the Order.
Yeah.
Do you have any magical ability at all?
I want to pull out my coin again.
I would say basically everyone aside from Ayara pretty much do notice that Garble is kind of looking over some pages and looking a little bit kind of like worked up and confused. Stress test.
I was hoping that you were gonna make us roll to see like if what he was doing was magic, and I was just gonna choose to fail.
I mean,
the
if
roll.
you want to take a closer look, you
Be like, whoa, look at that
You want me
magic!
to roll sleight of hand versus you guys?
do you all want to take a closer look at?
I'll win. I can guarantee you.
Yeah, I want to see this magic that's happening.
Okay. Anyone that's trying to look at whatever Garble is reading over, roll a perception check.
Except for Ayara.
Except for Ayara.
Okay, she's just mesmerized by Nep's coin and is like, "How
Yeah,
are
I'm
you
looking
doing
at
that?"
Nep's coin.
So I think Dion's inspection was the coin trick to see if
okay.
that was magic or not, rather than
Yes,
the
that
paperwork.
was way
Okay.
more interesting.
Well,
than
that
my shiny
Hey,
flash
sure.
slash.
When
I got
Azran
a-
asks if he has magical abilities and Nep responds with a coin trick, Dalder will respond, at least he did not say friendship.
I got an 18 on that perception check.
18. You see, it's a lot of it is blank, but you do see occasional little kind of slips of weird writing. Anyone else roll high?
I
22.
I nudge Ayara and I point at the coin.
The coin.
Oh, sorry,
Oh,
the paper.
So nat 20 for 25.
Nat 20. You see quite a lot of celestial written on the page.
Oh, do I
Yes.
now?
Ooh.
Then what does it say?
They're all academic questions and formulations on very intricate, detailed abilities that are used in holy magic, which you could answer quite a few of. That Garble seems to be struggling very hard with. Ayara, roll a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
She's
A
so
save.
writing, and she's just like, ugh.
Knowledge, no!
I know.
Weakness.
Wait, I'm gonna try and roll myself. So what is that? Wisdom saving? I add 2.
So
Okay.
D20 plus 2.
That is a nat 1. So
Oh, good lord.
Not surprised.
As your eyes fall on the papers, everyone pretty much sees her eyes just go black over, and it's almost like her hand just slowly starts to reach over to it.
Are we doing this fucking shit again?
Yeah,
I kinda-
Smack her hand away.
I shake her a little bit and Ayara, kind of try to get her attention.
is Ayara receptive to this shake or?
You're like, I understand all this. I know it. I know all of this. I need to fill it out. It's like an itch.
Do I notice a hand coming towards my stack?
Oh
of
yeah,
paper,
all of you
papers?
notice it.
I
Cliff is now
just
standing with his hands on his weapons.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull a
Oh, so
dagger
you kill
and
the
just
nerds.
leave it on the table.
I just motion to Quithis, like, put my hand up and just be like, it's all right.
Garble looks towards Ayara and mimics Dolder's accent. Look, but not touch.
So Ayara is just trying to fill out the paper.
She's like in her head. It's like I know these. I know the answers. I know everything. Why won't they let me fill it out?
Yeah, somebody give me a pen.
Not again.
Or a quill, because this
Yes,
is,
a
a
quill.
fantasy world.
A quill. Somebody give me a quill.
I could do this.
Or 77 in Swedish is also a
Dion
word.
puts their hands up. I give up. If y'all want to just submit to things that I go to the bar.
Would Azrin traveling with AR a little more? Would he know anything about this at all?
I mean, you've seen it a couple of times while on the boat and in the cave, but this is a fairly new thing for you as well.
Azrin is more intrigued than concerned.
Actually,
honestly,
I would say when you actually met for the first time, you probably may have seen something similar, but it was more of like you were in like a delirious state while you were injured.
Cool. So no, I don't.
Garble sees all the commotion around them and grabby hands approaching, and I just said, "Okay, look, this is a paper I need to fill out so that we can get an audience with the headmaster. I'm doing the best I can. Yara, just fill out everything I can, but if you want, take a look at it. Don't write it. You can look, but don't type in it."
So
Give her my test. I want to see this.
Do you give it her?
I want to join
Oh,
the
yeah,
test.
you had
away
yours.
from
Okay.
Garble.
Okay.
Give it
Alright, another test just slides in front of you, and it's there for you to look at.
okay, I guess
I'm gonna
AR.
pass you a quill as well.
Okay, AR grabs the quill
100%.
Before,
and
as you reach for the quill, your hand passes over the top of the exam, and small black inky tendrils begin to kind of fall off of your hand like strings, and slowly words start appearing on the actual text. So it's like automatically filling out as all these kind of inky tendrils slowly drip down onto the page.
Now that's some freaky shit.
This is
does AR
unnatural.
think she's just filling it
You're
out?
just hearing like the whispers of all these answers just kind of going through your head, and all the pages are beginning to fill out.
I'm seeing the clerics begin to get defensive of him, like she's not a threat.
I'm
Keep
gonna
saying that, but I've seen the destruction that she can cause.
What destruction?
And this
She has
is
a mean
not
face.
natural.
There are many things in this world that aren't natural. Just
That's true, but this
give
is
it a
not
second.
holy.
After a minute or two, the exam's done. Go on.
When that happens, I would like to cast Detect Evil.
Sure.
My understanding of language should still be effect, right?
Mhm.
I should be able to see if whatever she wrote is legible.
Yeah, it's all legible. And you start to read the answers, and you're like, "Shit, she right."
Anyone gonna erase her?
Hey, it's my test, my choice.
As you hang on,
This
let me just check the detect. What is it? Detect good and evil.
Yeah, I'm detecting evil, basically.
So basically anything extraplanar, right?
You know if there's an aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of you, as well as where the creature is located.
Okay. You get a familiar kind of ping from Dion, who's over at the bar. And Faye.
Oh.
Did you detect her without consent?
No, it's because I'm not human.
And you also get a similar ping from Ayara. And a very, very faint one from Lilith, but you kind of get the sense that that's elf. From the Fey heritage from the...
So I'm getting fey from Ayara, not fiend.
Yes. And a slight one from Lilith too, since, you know, elves are descended from. But the feeling from Ayara seems to be a little bit stronger.
Whatever has her in its grasp is not a fiend. It's some sort of fey creature.
So you clerics are good with this shit, or
Good with it? I don't know. Accept it for now.
I'm gonna put my dagger away.
This does not make her any less appealing than she was before. In the meantime, then Dolder will walk over to Garbles and basically compare what he can see and read with what Garbles sees and reads.
Okay. Dolder can see all the kind of celestial kind of things, whereas Garble can see. He's pointing like areas on the paper that are blank, and he's saying, and this is like this is infernal, but you don't see any of that. And then
Sorry, did Dolder say anything out loud about what she is?
Yeah, my spiel about it being Fey, not Fiend, was out loud.
Thank you.
Basically, anytime I'm speaking out in Dolder's accent, it is in character
Russian.
out loud.
I just wasn't paying attention. That was my
The
fault.
benefit of a accent.
Exactly, makes it a lot easier to determine OOC
Yeah.
or not. No, the big thing that Dolder will be checking there is to make sure that like it's not that we look at the same paragraph and I see it as celestial asking about a holy ritual, whereas Garble looks at it and sees
Oh no,
any fucking
no.
thing else. That it's not a document that adapts to the viewer.
The parts that you read are they're identical to him as well.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure so he's not handing it in and they can immediately tell that someone else filled it out.
Oh yeah, no.
But at that point, since it does further his own agenda of trying to get into the arcane orders, information vaults, he will help fill out the celestial parts.
Okay.
Is there any change in Ayara yet, or is
She's finished? The exam is fully written out. Her eyes are back to normal, and she's just kind of sitting back, looking at the paper in front of her, going, kind of looking a bit like satisfied, like someone who's just completed a crossword.
Here you
wanna
go.
put my
I hand
hand
it
up.
over to Nip.
I want to grab it and like kind of do motion for a high five.
AR reaches out and grabs your hand.
It's a little bit wet, a little bit inky.
You made me ink.
You guys made me ink.
I'm just gonna look very confused and very concerned and walk away. I'm just gonna go back to my seat.
Okay.
I turn to Ayara and be like, "Do you realize what just happened?"
Yeah, I aced that test.
But how?
I don't know.
Dolder will look up from scribbling and Celeste go, "Yeah, you aced that test." Heavy eye roll implied.
What Azrin turns to him and it's like, "What are you implying?"
That there is someone else that takes the driver's seat.
Huh? And I'm
That carriage
looking.
is not being controlled by her, but by the horse.
I sit back down and I think about all my experiences that I've had with her, and I'm like, makes sense.
Checks
Yep.
out.
Yeah.
Must be the tomatoes.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's all the rotten tomatoes she's eating. All that mold is going to her fucking brain. She is now mold.
Syphilitic.
Yeah.
So
Call her Al Capone.
Solera's just kind of sitting at the head of the table, just kind of looking around, going, "Okay, well that was something, but we could go and talk to the headmaster with this."
I mean, if I pass it, I can talk to him about admission. It's basically just a way to get into his office.
Well, it's
not
a
really.
start.
Do you only have to turn in the test, or are they going to ask you about it?
I have no idea. I'll lie my way through. I'm not worried.
You do remember the bugbear told you, bring back the test in the morning and the headmaster may see you if you pass.
Yeah. I basically relay that information that I'll probably get a meeting if I pass.
Now, is every question filled out?
I don't know. This test is blank.
To him it's still blank, but Garble, it is completed, and it's kind of frustrating because he's like, would you be fighting back the urge to copy?
I don't know. How does Garble feel about copying?
I'm mostly concerned that if you bring in a copy thing, they ask you about it, what will you answer?
I'll figure that out once I get there, I guess.
Then go ahead and scribble away on your own paper.
No, mine's filled out. Ayara filled it out.
Yeah, he was asking if Garble wants to
You're the one
resist the
Yeah.
urge to copy.
Oh, if I want to
Yeah,
copy
you still have a
his-
few blank spaces left.
Yeah.
My question is, what will their reaction be when he, and Dalder will like forehead nod towards Nep, shows up with a potentially perfect scoring sum?
Ayara huffs. It is perfect.
And
Oh,
that
no,
is
it's gonna
my
happen.
point. I somehow doubt they will consider him a raging genius of his generation.
I mean, they
So-
might. They don't know me yet.
Solera kind of says, so do we give it to Garble and make out that he did that one?
You read my mind.
He fits the role slightly better.
Fine,
Oh,
I'll
come
copy.
on.
I'll copy
I
what's
wanna
over on the
redo
other
my
one
magic
onto my.
tricks.
I'll copy
With,
what's on the other document onto my documents.
with
We
Azrin's
want to give
pretty
you
bad.
the perfect one.
With
Yeah, we're gonna
Azrin's,
exchange.
One at a time.
let's
One
go.
at a time.
Sorry, AJ. I'm.
Go on, AJ.
I was dumb.
I never heard what you said because people were talking.
I just said with his Azrin's dumb perception roll, he's just fascinated by the quarter trick, and he's just like, he could get in.
Clearly.
Totes.
I just have one trick basically, though. It's just one. I'm a one trick pony.
Dean will kind of look confused at Nep and just, have you really never had to lie on paper? Give the perfect score to Garble and you fill out some bullshit on yours so it looks like maybe you filled out most of it.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
As Dion just kind of
I'm
like
good.
rubs the bridge of their nose with their fingers, like,
So
glad I
so
could help.
Solera's like, okay, so are we going to the academy?
Yes, let's go.
No, I've got plans.
Okay.
Azrin just says, I've got nothing else to do. I'll go with Dion as well.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab Garble and start walking out.
Does
Garble is all defeated and just accepts the mumbo jumbo and is like, fine, give it to me.
Does Ayara feel an inclination to go with either group?
You feel the inclination to leave the door, to walk outside. You at the minute, everyone seems to be heading out of the door, but no one has actually split up yet, so you don't really have the inclination of which group to follow just now.
Oh, okay.
Clarification: Dalder ain't going fucking nowhere.
Oh, okay.
My question is, what are we doing once you get your meeting with the headmaster, what have you? Then what?
We talk to him. We ask him questions. And,
What questions?
I want to gain access to the library. I have to get something in there.
So,
And
but what about the gym? What about the gym? What about our plan with the gym?
yeah, I'm gonna mention hearing news about somebody stealing a gem. See if he knows anything about that, and if he does, then I'll talk more. If not, then that's a bust. We're gonna have to find some other way to contact my guy.
So you can't actually contact your contact?
This was a plan B, okay? This wasn't really supposed to happen.
Understood.
I'd say just give the gem to Solir and let her do whatever she wanted with it. I don't care.
She already has it.
This is
So
what
what
she
are
wants to
we
do with it.
arguing about? Let's just have her do her thing.
her thing is that we fake give the we give the fake gem to the person who wanted the real gem to figure out what they wanted to do with it. So we have to find the person who wanted the real gem.
Oh.
Azrin
Man.
just crosses his arms. He doesn't say anything, but he fails to see what this has to do with him, basically.
Man, we miss a lot when we're not in on the original plan.
Apparently.
You were in the original plan.
I'm gonna say there wasn't much of an original plan.
I was gonna say, not the original. We woke up on a boat and we were in the middle of the ocean.
Keep in mind, this
I
is the
mean,
plan
I
we
was the
discussed
only one.
with Solera once we found her below
Yes.
deck.
Yeah.
Right. This plan
true,
was
that's
made
true.
on the boat.
Yeah, the original plan before we got on the boat was just bringing Nep to Vidal. That was it.
I mean, Ayara was watering tomatoes. Do you really think she was paying
well,
attention
that's
to the
on
plan?
her.
And Azrin has the same thought then as he does now. He fails to see what this has to do with him. So he
He's
has zero
selfish.
interest in it. He's not selfish. He has a mission that he's trying to get to.
Okay, so
what it
some
has
people.
to do with you is if you want me to come with you on that mission, I've got to take care of this first.
I'll stick around in town. That's no problem.
Perfect.
All right, so library and
Academy.
fifth wheel date.
Well, the academy and
Yeah.
date.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the academy and date.
Who's going where, or who's planning on going there, or who's staying behind?
The date is what we're calling the walk with the rogue figure.
Well,
Is that
with
correct?
Yeah.
well, with the robed figure, not rogue.
I said
Oh,
robe.
oh,
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Just
He's
clarification.
not a rogue yet.
Yeah, no worries. Robe.
A robed. Okay. So
Jim?
who's
Sorry.
doing what?
I'll be going on the walk with the robed figure.
Oh.
Well, we could be her guardsmen or her entourage.
One is a friend.
Their guardsmen
there.
or
You
their
did say that
entourage.
friends were invited.
Got it. But I'm not sure if he means like that. Azrin just kind of like winks.
I plan on holding Dion's hand the whole time. No, I'm kidding.
He winks with both eyes because he's not sure how to.
Dion will make sure to move the ring from the ring finger to another finger.
Yep.
Does Dolder notice this?
Yeah.
Dolder wouldn't care.
He does not care. He gives absolutely
He
zero
gives
fucks
zero.
about that.
He gives less than 0 fucks.
So is Dolder just staying in the inn?
For now, yes.
Okay.
Babysitting
hired,
duty.
hired to
Babysit.
do a job.
It's true. Ayara is just going to wait until she feels where she should
Okay.
go.
The group all gets up and starts heading towards the door, and before you go and reach to it, the door actually swings open, and you see a familiar figure that was speaking to Dion the day before. Ah.
Oh. Hello,
Per-
friend.
Quickly ask a
Yeah, sure.
question? Sorry, going back to earlier with the whole Eli thing. Sorry, I don't think my mic was working earlier, so I just quickly disconnected
Okay.
and reconnected. I was trying to ask a question, but it just kept cutting out. What time did it say on the note? To me,
Sundown.
It just said
So sundown at the Raven Queen
Oops.
Temple.
that's fine. What time is it now?
It's
What
like
time are we saying it's
8-9 o'clock in the morning at the latest. You've all just kind of ate breakfast for the past hour, and you've all decided to head on out.
Cool. That's it. That's all I heard.
Where are you heading?
Didn't someone have a sermon or something to do?
Dulder
Yeah,
does,
Dulder.
but it's about
Oh, okay,
2 or 3
cool.
hours away. Yeah.
All right.
Which is why he will be setting up shop by the door, polishing his equipment and doing his assigned duties as he's been hired to do.
Okay. So this high elf figure walks in, kind of looks over and goes, "Ah, perfect timing. Is everyone joining us?"
I think a few. And I kind of just like look around the group and gesture like, how many of you wanted to come again?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm super confused. I have no idea what you're talking about. This did out of character.
yeah.
I think I missed
This-
this. I have no idea what's going
So
on. and in character. I have no idea what's
The
going
true,
on.
yes. You have no idea who this is, what they're on about.
I'm just like, I have no idea what you've been talking about for the last like half an hour.
You do know about the gem.
Yeah, but I have no idea about this hoodie.
Yeah.
Can someone explain to me what we're supposed to be doing?
So basically, the group is splitting up into either following Dion to follow the High Elf around town while he shows us around town, or going to the Arcane Order with Neb Garble and Solera. Can't ever remember her
Yeah,
fucking
Solera
name.
Price.
Yeah.
And
Your mic's cutting out.
I feel like
What?
you just hear me
Yeah,
yelling from afar.
Try and plug it out and plug it in again.
It's just really low. I see you
Yeah.
queuing.
Yeah.
In the meantime, though, the High Elf kind of gives a look over everyone. So, shall we?
I will nod and start to follow and kind of like look over my shoulder and like do the come on, if you're coming, you're coming.
Yeah.
Quick question: how long has it been since Ayara's episode and this dude walking in?
About 5-10 minutes.
Cool. Do I detect anything from him?
No.
Cool.
Which is a little odd considering he's an High Elf.
Maybe just some cosmetic surgery then.
Dulder will somewhat discreetly mention that to Dion that even though it's appears to be a high elf, there is no
Fey
essence of
ancestry.
fate.
Dion will take mental note of that.
The High Elf does take a look down at Nep and then looks over at Garble and the papers that they're holding in their hands. Academy business.
Yeah, they're taking their exams over to see if they pass.
Wonderful. Could always do with the more active students in the academy. May I? And he holds out holds out a hand to the two of them to see if he can look at the exams.
Sure, and I hand him the probably god awful exam that
Garble tried to fill out.
Like squeeze me?
So somewhat offended.
He takes a look over. Yes. Not too bad, not too bad. Do you let it?
And I have someone else hand over the inky tentacled scribble one.
Okay. Who'd you hand it to hand to him?
Ajran.
Okay.
I take it and hand it to the stranger.
Yeah, he flicks through it and goes, very interesting.
What's interesting?
Well, these exams are normally made to be impossible to complete.
Oh, are they?
Yes. In fact,
I kind of kick Arya with my hoof. What the fuck?
in fact, I don't think I've ever seen such a perfect admission in all my years.
Ayara looks extremely proud. Must have taken a genius to fill that out.
Yes, definitely. Okay.
Insight check on
Sure.
it.
Inside check.
15?
15 is pretty good. Let me just have a look.
I'm actually also gonna
Sure.
do it.
Anyone that's trying to read in, do an inside check.
Yeah, I'll pitch in too, because I'm right there kicking Arya in the fucking face. 22.
Ayara's like, Dion, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, see, it's almost like Dion knows how to do deception.
Yeah, you can all see that there's something off about this high elf guy.
Do you,
Well,
I just I'm looking at him inquisitively, looking at the test. It's like, do you work at the academy? Do you teach?
He kind of looks up and kind of gives you, looks at all of you, kind of looking at him intently, and he's like, I guess the jig's up. And you watch as his form flickers and changes into that of a fairly scruffy, scrawny, mid-20s human with ginger, slicked back hair. Greetings.
Now I want to learn that.
Well, he looks at the exam you handed in. You're going to have to try better than that one, I'm afraid.
Am I working again?
Yes. Welcome back.
Yep.
Yes.
I hate my life.
You're all good.
Dion
I hate
Dion will let out
technology.
Dion will let out a small sigh of disappointment when it goes from a cute high elf to a like normal human.
Okay.
And then
Offense?
just continue listening. Listen,
Offense taken.
I mean, I'll still do humans. They're just not as fun.
Alright, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I have to say, I'm very thankful that you've made it here safely. When Rourke sent word that 2 travellers were looking for me and gave your descriptions, I have to admit I didn't believe him, so I made my way here to check out the team to see if you had actually made it here this soon.
The name you said was Rook?
Rourke.
Rourke. Say it in American.
Rourke.
Rourke.
Amazing.
That was actually
Rourke.
awesome. Thank you so much. Can I get a clip of that, please?
It's okay. I can't even say the word rural without trying really hard to think about it.
How would
Oh
you
my God,
spell
please try
Rorik?
this again.
Rourc.
Okay.
Yes,
Oh, Rourke.
Rourke. Yes, Rourke is my.
First name Mickey.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say.
Don't ruin my NPCs, god damn it.
Can we perceive which 2 travelers he was talking about? Was it so he's the
You
headmaster?
seem to seem. You think to seem. English. Speak it.
You got
Yes.
this.
You seem to think he is showing an interest in Garble and Nep.
Okay.
Yes, Rourke is my my employee, and he said that 2 travellers had approached looking for me. And since one of the descriptions matched someone that I was looking for, I decided to come and check you out and try and get to know a few of you.
And what was the description you were looking for?
He kind of looks down.
I'm
wanna
guessing
wave.
they're a little hard to miss.
So, did someone say something?
I said I'm gonna wave.
Yeah. And
I'll take off my top hat and do this courteous little bow.
he gives a bit of a nod back, and Nep, at this point, you start to kind of have flashbacks to QK, and the high elf individual that was in front of you mere seconds ago seems a little bit familiar.
So I'm guessing I'm gonna need a private meeting with you then.
Oh no, I'd quite like to speak to all of you if that's possible.
I mean, I'm 100% down.
Talk to us about what?
And he holds out a hand to Nep. Have you got to the gem for me?
I don't think here is a good idea.
Too true. Shall we meet in my office?
Let's.
Sure. And we were going for a walk anyway, so
I-
how about we all go on together?
Okay.
Are you all heading off?
Conflict for
Da
dinner.
da da da.
Dollar will look at Celara,
Mhm.
kind of like give her slightly of like more like a questioning look.
She just kind of gives a shrug, like, I guess this is the guy.
All right.
So do you all leave?
Sure.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
You walk through the streets, and this ginger individual leads you to the academy grounds. You walk through all the beautiful marble arched hallways and pillars surrounding the area, up a lovely flight of staircases, and into his office. Let me just activate. There we go. Try and get everyone in there.
Oh, wait, reporting. Wait, hold on. Hey, Ram, for future notice, a ginger individual is just a ginger visual.
Sure.
I was just gonna say, who is taking notes like a madman?
It's
Jesus.
me. For some reason now my mic is picking up my typing. It wasn't doing this earlier, and
No worries. Slow, steady types.
that's not me. We know this.
Let me know whenever it is loaded up.
Aye.
But in the meantime, you're led into an office. Quite a lot of bookshelves, a beautiful stained glass window behind the desk. And the headmaster sits down in the chair and once again hands out the hand to Nep. May I see the gem?
I'm gonna require some payment first.
A map.
Also, I just want to have a quick look around the room and see if I see any valuables.
Roll a perception check.
Because I haven't changed.
We know.
Ayara is next to Dion and kind of gives her like a sympathetic like arm or hand on the shoulder and looks over at the ginger visual and is like, I'm sorry.
It's okay. You know, it's not that bad. But you know.
If you know,
Yeah.
you know.
If you know, you know.
I got a 12.
A 12, there's a lot of books. Books are boring.
Gross.
Ayara
Knowledge.
sees the plants behind him and is like,
He instantly sees that, no, these are not your tomatoes.
How do you know
Wait.
about that?
Yeah.
You think I haven't been keeping an eye on you all?
Yes.
This is fair.
What have you seen?
Oh, I've I've seen many things. Until a couple of days, well, a day or two ago, when I lost contact with you.
lost contact? How?
I don't know.
Oh, that's why you paid me the 5 platinum. I see. Little wink.
Well, first off, apologies for the false visage that I portrayed. But as headmaster of the academy, I can't be seen dealing with individuals such as carrions and points at Nep, or be seen with such deplorable locales such as the brothel that you're cooped in currently.
I mean, it's pretty nice.
I take kind of like a tiny gasp of offense, and I'm like, no, I get it.
And secondly, I already know you've swapped the gem for a fake.
Ayara is like, God, he's good.
Well, I figured that much since you knew about the tomatoes.
Yeah.
Don't know what you're talking about, deception check.
Sure, roll.
It's a 17.
Strangely, he believes you.
Yeah!
You're like, sorry,
Alright.
he must be a slow one. He's not keeping up.
Wait, is Orla still at the inn by
Yep,
herself?
you left, and she's up in the room with Echo.
She's got the fox. She's got
Hello,
the fox.
CPS.
You walked
Sorry.
straight out, and no one bothered to collect her.
Oh God.
She's fine. She's got the fox.
This is no place for a child.
She had a big breakfast. She'll be okay.
What? This school is no place for a child?
Exactly. Knowledge ruins kids.
Absolutely.
I trust Gabby with
did
my
Dolder
full
come too?
being.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Anything, 'cause I'm still back in the house.
Sorry.
You are also very quiet, Soph.
No, that's even worse.
It's like when you're not typing, your mic doesn't pick you up.
This is great.
Soph, are you with us? Speak to us from the great beyond.
Oh my God.
You sound like you are screaming from the other end of a very long
Yeah.
tunnel.
I've got her on max.
Same.
It's like listening to, your roommate argue with his girlfriend outside the house. Very faint.
Yes.
It's like the dude next to me is talking on the phone, not on speakerphone, but like loud, and I can hear the person on the phone.
Have you got like a loose connection to your wire into the computer, or can you change the settings in Discord to like go to push to talk instead of voice?
Yeah, please.
Should we just take a 5? It's been like 2.5.
Yeah, sure. Let's.
Yeah, let's
Probably.
take a break
Yeah,
so
I need
Soph can
food.
figure out her
Yes.
thing.
All right,
Well,
we'll take
well,
what 15?
Yeah,
normal,
15.
yeah?
We'll come back
Yeah.
at 10 past.
Sounds good.
Okay,
10
okay.
past.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll
There we go.
Would Azra notice that?
uh,
Nathan.
Yeah, I'm not very good at shooting games.
All right.
I played that new that moving game, just packing. Let's
Oh,
packing.
I love that game.
I was like, I'm a lesbian.
I know. I'm so happy too. I was like, good for you, girl.
I just like.
Okay. Anyway.
D&D stuff. I was like,
Yeah, for real. She did have a load of D&D stuff.
Yeah.
She did.
It was more of I've just opened up my stream and I'm a lesbian. Just was like one of the first things that was said.
Well, you were the one that opened up your stream 5 minutes early, because
We did say 10 past.
that's not 10
It's
past
a
yet.
minute away.
Yeah, I got.
Well, you know, that's
1
eternity and shit talk time.
And I was just getting prepared for when the minute was up. There you go. It's 10 past now on my screen.
All right, now that the break's over, I'm gonna go get my drink. I'll be right back.
Are you fucking
Thank you
serious?
for saving me from the rest of that video.
Okay. Typical.
I like to open your streams with some
Emphasis?
Word is. That's the word. Thank
Okay.
you.
Anyway. Okay, I guess we wait for Cokes to come back.
She wasn't
I
joking?
don't think so.
Nope.
Apparently not.
Criminy.
Because, you know, we have a 15-minute break, and then at the 15th minute, that's the time to go do shit.
Right.
Listen, you guys act like this is a new behavior for her.
Why do you think I've entered the
Also,
break
we
5
act like
minutes
there
early?
aren't like a 9 and a 7-year-old running around in the
Yeah.
background.
There are in my house, and we still are on time.
It's all good.
What is on time?
You managed it today.
I was early
Exactly.
today.
There you go.
I mean, I'm still waiting to be on a session where some sort of my equipment doesn't fuck up on me.
Baby steps.
Yeah, apparently.
I'm back.
Okay, right. Yeah. So you're all here. You've all been hit with the bombshell that you've been kept a very close eye on in the past few days. Well, up until the past couple of days where he lost contact with you. What would you like to do, say? Anyone?
Say.
What would anyone like to ask, say, do? He's asking for the gem.
How are you able to monitor us?
He kind of waves his hand, and a bunch of chairs that are stacked up on either side of the room kind of pull out and kind of lay them out into rows for you, for all of you. Magic.
Yeah, even I could have figured that one out. We were kind of trying to be more specific.
Oh, I have the ability.
Yeah, like for instance, when you lost sight of us, I personally need to know.
It was about the time you managed to board the pirate ship.
Oh, thank God.
Okay. He gives a bit of a curious, eyebrow.
Don't worry about it.
Yes.
And what do you want with the gem?
Study it.
It interests you?
Of course. Why wouldn't it?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the academy part of the order? Couldn't you have just studied it?
That's
with part of your
That's
order?
a more complicated question. See, now, I'm trying to restructure the arcane order. The Q key is a perfect example of my fears that the arcane order symbolizes in today's world. An esteemed archmage from the order travelled there 125 years ago to do some basic research into the primordial crystal that floats above the city, just as countless others have before him. Cut to the present day, the same archmage is now living an unnaturally long life for his race, and has used his research on the crystal to produce smaller versions that the city's been using to power toys, trinkets, and machines. The Order have visited the city several times, and investigators claim his calculations are perfectly safe. All the while, the crystals he's tapped into, as a source of energy, diminishes. Its radiant glow is growing duller and duller as the years go by, and Ilias Vukan himself has become somewhat of a hermit. He locks himself in his tower for days on end, coming out on rare occasions only to be seen talking and muttering to himself. I don't trust him. I don't trust the magic he's handed out so recklessly. And I don't trust the fact that the Order have found nothing wrong.
So what you're saying is an elderly person and a bunch of other elderly people are doing things that seem suspect and maybe a little bit crazy that they probably shouldn't be doing.
Must be the lead in the water.
Sure, if you
Mm.
want to take it in those layman terms, yes.
I'm just saying.
Sorry, that was OC.
Standard of old people, especially if they're old people.
Well, one of them is.
I mean,
So you think he's either mishandling this power or he's abusing
Or
it?
both. And I think the power may be abusing him.
I personally have no issues of you studying it, except I do have one issue here. The information doesn't seem very, you know, public. You keep all the information to yourself and all the knowledge to yourself.
That's more.
You don't
That's more
really.
of the arcane order, and it has been kind of a long process that has begun to transform and alter over the years. Originally, the order was formed to protect the world. We wanted to stop anything from harming civilization like the war did thousands of years ago. So the arcane order was developed, and we took in all dangerous information, items, and knowledge that could cause any sort of catastrophic damage, such as the gods once did, and lock it away so that it never may threaten our shores again. However, in recent years, it seems that more and more is being taken, and that is not something that I have control over.
At that point, Dolder will perk up a little bit.
You're with us?
Yeah.
Yeah, all of you.
Okay.
Right here.
He said, I want to speak to all of you, and you all left.
I thought Dolder stayed behind.
No.
No, he
No,
decided
that's
last
why I
minute.
looked at Solara. Which should she be with us? As well?
Yes, is she not on the map? Nope, she's not on the map. Let me add her in.
Yeah, put that tall lady in
Yeah.
there.
Big buff tall lady. There we go.
All in this together.
Lilith takes
Confiscating
1d4
dangerous
damage.
magical artifacts would be it's one thing, but we all know that it is not just dangerous magical artifacts that your order has been seizing left or
I
right.
agree. And I do apologise for any of those kind of items that are taken away, but as I said, they have no bearing on the academy. I merely teach the students that are up and coming and will one day become the leaders of the institution, which is why I've chosen this position. If I can change the foundations that the arcane order will be built upon, maybe I can steer them in a new direction.
I would very much like to do an insight check
Roll
on that.
insight.
Same.
Yup.
Fuck, wrong. That was intimidation.
Same.
Not 20.
Nat 20. Nice.
Nat 20,
Holy
so
shit.
27.
16.
I got a
Did you
19.
two of you get nat 20s?
20.
Yup.
Damn.
I got a 21.
That's not
I got a
pressure.
22 total.
I accidentally clicked intimidation instead of insight, but I am fucking keeping that goddamn roll.
I'll allow.
So
I got a
27.
12.
You got a 12? Okay. Overall, you all seem to be pretty much believing every word he's saying. He seems to be being very frank and open and honest with you.
I'll just kind of look over at Solera and see like what her face is saying.
She's been kind of
He seemed to be the more sussy
she's been
one.
kind of reading his answers very closely herself, and she seems to be kind of nodding along.
Oh, see, she's falling for it. Dang it, anarchy can't reign supreme here.
I mean, if anything, this dude is trying to stick it to the man. So
Well, yeah.
Well,
But
we
like
have a
from the
problem
inside, so
then.
that's even more metal.
Yeah, if this guy's trying to liberate Solera wants to bring it back, doesn't she?
Solera doesn't.
no, she's trying to keep it from the
Yeah,
order.
Solera.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't catch your name.
Marcus.
Marcus. Do you have a last name, Marcus?
Marcus Blix.
Marcus Blix. Well, it's a pleasure to meet
You
you.
too.
Can we get your mother's maiden name and your social security number with
Quiet
that?
down, Nep.
Yeah,
Yeah, at least your birthday, so that we can do a hex spell on you.
I throw my elbow in Nep's ribs.
he just kind of gives a bit of a chuckle.
So what exactly would your research into the stone lend you? What are you hoping to glean?
Just trying to find out what's happening in Kyuki and why these little shards seem to be draining the primordial crystal.
So who's to say that once you inspect it, you won't also get corrupted by the crystal and just fall right into the same
Well,
pattern?
I would imagine since these are shards and that the general population's been using them for the past 100 and God knows how many years since they've broke out, I should be okay. It's probably the larger one that is causing the corruption. But if it makes you feel better, you're more than welcome to come along while I conduct my studies.
Only if I can bombard you with a bunch of questions.
Sure. As long as I can bombard you back.
I will try to answer as many questions as my bard brain can handle.
And he kind of gives you all a look over. He says, "You see, ever since I've laid eyes on you on the curious vessel you're on, I've taken the liberties to research each of you." And he kind of looks to Dulda. Sky Shield, a Sovalar of Carthaldor, Miss Burningdale, Lady of Meridan, and potential future council member of your fine city. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Looks at Ajran. The brave warrior of the Thundering Isle offered a quest to save your homeland from a terrible feathered flight. And then he looks at Dion. However, you, and then points at Ayara. I have no idea who you two are. And that's interesting.
Oh, I can't speak for her, but I am very interesting.
Quite, that's why I approached you in the bar. Beautiful voice, by the way.
Well, thank you.
The voice of an angel.
Stop.
Quite. But yes.
Ayara just Ayara is just kind of like looking around like
Yeah. Look, I know more about most of you than you realise, and I know what you're thinking about the Arcane Order, and I probably can't be trusted. But just take a second to think about it. If I wanted you all dead, I could have made it happen 1,000 times over by now. I need your help. And there's a possible opportunity for employment if things go swimmingly well between us.
Garble raises an eyebrow.
What do you make of all this, Solera?
She's lost. She's like, this is a bit above my pay grade. I don't really want to give him the gem either, but he seems to be telling the truth.
Looking back at Marcus, what would you have us do?
Well, I'd like the gem to begin with so that I can study it. In the other...
I'd like my payment before we hand over the gem. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Apart from the gem, you could have killed us and taken the gem. You've made that clear. You need our help with something that needs us to be alive. What do you need from us?
Oh, well... Even though I work with the Arcane Order, that doesn't mean that I have full, unlimited access to all of its resources and knowledge. There are other parts of of knowledge that are out there in the world, and if you could bring them back to me, I would be most appreciative.
What sort of knowledge?
Any knowledge, anything to do with history, anything to do with the issues that are happening around the world lately.
pretty broad term. I mean, do you have any leads? Like, that
Well,
means there's still zero incentive here.
currently I have another party that I've already hired, heading down to Darkfen Keep to do a little bit of a recon mission for me.
Huh? What?
Yeah.
Like, my fucking brain just sparks when he says Darkfen Keep.
You've heard of it?
Important thing?
You've heard of it?
Important thing. Heard of it is a bit of a stretch. I've read about it in a certain paper.
When you said you've read about it, his eyes flash. Really? Where did you read of such a place?
I thought you knew everything.
I know.
What, me? Or him?
Dolder looking at.
I know a
Marcus.
lot. But like I said, many things are still kept from me. I still have only the Arcane Academy permissions within the library, which, if you decide to work with me, I can give you as well.
Garbled goes to attention, stands up like, yes, sensei.
Oh, see, I'm just loading up where I had the notes
For sure.
here.
And it kind of continues on, but yes. Anyway, I've already hired a band of mercenaries or sellswords or whatever you want to call them to go and scout out Darkfin Keep for me. But if I can send 2 teams, that will also speed up the process.
So you would have us follow also to Darkfen.
Follow. Maybe we can even make it a bit of a competition. First one back, and whoever brings the most valuable information gets a bigger bonus.
I mean, you still haven't paid me for this
So
I don't know where this payment is, but I don't believe in it anymore.
He just sighs, puts his hand in a thing, and throws you a coin purse.
Hell yeah!
There, happy?
Absolutely, and I just completely zone out without counting my coins.
Okay, mark in your bag that you've gained 300 gold.
Garble pokes Nip and tells him, psst, show him your call.
Oh, yes. Hey, look at this fancy gem.
Do you give it to him?
I pull out my. No, I'm holding.
You're holding it up.
I do not trust this man with.
Okay, he looks at it and goes, "Delightful."
While that stupidity is going on, Dolder will kind of turn to Quithos and, not necessarily whispering, but not aiming to be really heard, will speak in Celestial. And we'll tell him that, he seems like he is truthful. I'm not detecting any lies from him, and quite frankly, there's a lot for me to gain here from accepting his proposal.
If you trust his words, then we can continue with this.
I do. And Dolder will, approach Solara and pretty much tell her the same thing and get, her reaction to it, since she is the current holder of the gem.
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
She kind of sighs, reaches in her pocket, and hands it over to you, Dolder, and says, "As long as this doesn't go back to the main Arcane Order, and especially Ilias Vukan, I trust all of your judgments."
All right, and he'll turn to Marcus. Upon your oath that this will not bring needless harm to more people and to more innocents, and that you are not deceiving us, we will hand this over to you. In return, you will allow us access to some of the information your academy holds.
Absolutely. And like I said, I know that I am not the most trustworthy person, knowing that I work with the Arcane Order, even if I have issues with them. So if it is going to be an issue where you don't want to hand it to me on a permanent basis, perhaps I can study it in the times when you come and visit.
So far, I do not believe that you have told us a lie. Just know that if consequences of this happens, I will come for you.
He laughs. I am sure you will, Sovalar.
You may laugh, but your magics will not protect you from divine judgment.
He just kind of gives you a bit of a polite nod, but you kind of get the sense of where are your gods now, kind of a thing.
Oh, you'll find out.
Knowing what we know, well, actually, Dion, are you ready?
And
Yeah, let's ask all these fucking questions.
at that point, Dolder will hand over the
Okay.
gem.
And he kind of hands the gem and puts it on the table and looks at Dion, who's like bubbling.
Foaming at the mouth with a book in their hand, just like pointing at
Yeah,
pages.
okay. Questions?
So basically, I'll take out where so I still have the journal,
Correct.
right? The old one. I'll take that out and open it to the page where it's got the journal entries. I'll let him read that for a second as I'm pulling out like the old star charts and the maps, as I'm also pulling out a thing that should not be named around certain people, and I'll make sure that I'm looking and seeing where this certain person is before I pull it out of my bag.
You pull out the contract. Okay.
Yep. And basically allow him some time to look it over,
Okay.
but while also, you know, kind of asking like, hey, like who is Cass? What is the sword of Cass? Who is Draxel? What is his staff do? Where is even Darkfen Keep? Who is Zedric?
One at a time.
The Undying King. Ask about the Undying King.
You said one at a time. I have to shut up now.
He's just kind of.
I'm gonna be
Listen, that's not.
I'm gonna be tracking the contract. By the way, as soon as the contract goes up in the air, I'm just gonna track.
Okay. Did you say you handed
No.
this over to him on the desk, all this information?
Yeah, it's all on the
Okay.
desk in the open, so I can keep an eye on it.
He kind of reads through the kind of passages of the diary that you point out are the ones that are legible, and kind of strokes his chin slightly as he's kind of reading them over. Fascinating.
Garble can hear his own heartbeat just seeing that contract.
Yeah, and then you watch as he picks up the contract, and you see his eyes kind of flash, kind of an arcane kind of color, and you'd kind of know what this looks like. Gobble's done it a few times. This is comprehend language, and he kind of reads it and reads it. It's got a few pages, so he kind of goes, "Huh," and he lifts.
I was gonna say I'll slightly interrupt him and like point at the take my fingers and point at the bottom there, like, can you read this?
No need.
To like the super teeny tiny fine print.
No need. And he kind of clicks his fingers, and the contract disappears.
What? Meh. What?
That was a very dangerous artifact. Where did you find it?
We found all of this in a cave that the pirates took us to.
Interesting. This is the pirates' hoard?
They wanted it to be,
I
but their guys
imagine
kept dying.
I imagine this is when you lost sight of us.
Right. Yes, I saw you heading towards the storm. How did you survive the storm?
Apparently the pirates are really good at sailing.
You're telling me in almost 7,000 years, not a single ship has managed to sail through that storm, but a bunch of pirates managed.
Twice,
I don't think
on the way down and on the way back.
Yeah.
I don't think we passed the storm surrounding Martis. I think we just were in it.
Even so, that's okay. And you can see him like his head's kind of ticking over all the information that's been thrust at him suddenly.
That being said, did any of those names that Dion mentioned, are they familiar to you?
First things first. Which names? Cass. Cass was an underling of the Undying King thousands of years ago. Like, this is pre-war.
Oh.
Yeah. We gathered from this place that we stumbled upon that this place has been there since before the war.
Yeah. So who is the Undying King? Is he a really powerful person or some kind of patron deity?
Some would say that he was the spark of the entire divine war that kicked off, I suppose. He was a powerful lord and practiced necromancy down in Darkfen Keep. And when the magic of the gods began to be tainted with these undead spells, it began to cause friction between certain sections of the pantheon. And oddly, Cass, as it seems here in the diary too, turned on this lord. And eventually they went off and fought head on. And when people went to go and search the wreckage of Darkfen, all they found was the sword and the hand and an eye of the Undying King.
So you're telling me that this guy Draxel Doshea was the Undying King?
No, that's the curious
No?
one. Draxel Dulachet is actually the founder of the Arcane... Well, one of the founders of the Arcane Order. He was the first High Mage.
So your founder was dipping into the dark magics?
It doesn't seem to imply that he was dipping into the dark magics, but he seemed to have some involvement in some of the things. There, this last passage, the handwriting seems to change.
I believe that's Cass writing.
I'm not so sure. Cass,
No?
judging from the timescale and the weathering of this part of the book, this seems to have been written several hundred years after the fight between Cass and the Undying King.
Our guess was about 500 years.
Probably, yes. But they were long gone. No one's seen Cass or Vecna ever since.
I'm sorry, who?
The Undying King, Lord Vecna.
Can we roll like a history
Sure.
check to see if we know who that is? Ooh, that'll be a nat 20, 23, boy.
Damn!
You said history?
I know all about demons.
That's a 3.
Well, with the nat 20, you know that Vecna was a powerful lord within the continent. He ruled over a kingdom in the south, near Darkfen Keep. He had many underlings, and he began to dabble in arcane arts with a very specific interest in necromancy and the preservation of immortal life, and to almost become a divine god himself.
I'd like to do an insight check, not to see whether he's lying or telling the truth, but just to see his true intentions, to see if he is legitimately on our side
Sure.
or not.
Roll an insight. And you can kind of continues on. Cass was one of his underlings. He kind of gave great power and responsibilities to, but Cass seems to, in time, decide that he wants to take the reins of leadership, and turned against him.
Hence
an
why he
11.
was called the traitor in the
Yes,
journal.
quite. Sorry, what was that? Got Quithus?
I got an 11.
11. He's a bit hard to read, but he seems to be up on the up and up.
In your knowledge, did Cass have a family at all? Did he have a wife, children?
Yeah, I pity the poor fools if they did. No, but Cass did try and find help in a unlikely place. He went and contacted a female sorcerer from the Shadowfell. One that despised necromancy, and as a result offered to help.
Wait, so she despised necromancy but offered to help somebody who was a necromancer?
See, Cass was trying to overthrow
yes.
it, right?
So
he's a traitor, so he's trying to get rid of it.
Yeah. Okay.
So
it was a traitor.
Cass tried to get the help of this individual from the Shadowfell.
How long does comprehend languages last?
I think it's 10 minutes.
Okay. He still has that active.
Let me just double check to make sure.
Duration 1
Oh, is it
hour.
1 hour? Okay, so yeah, he has it on.
Okay. For sure.
But yes, the individual in the end from the Shadowfell decided that Vecna had become too powerful and that they needed to become almost of equal or higher standing than him. And that is how she ended up becoming known as the Raven Queen.
Do you know her name before she
I'm
became
afraid
that?
I don't know. That's very long lost information. But that's basically what sparked the whole war. As soon as a mortal managed to reach the power of a divine, the gods became a little bit split. Half of the pantheon believed mortals were finally taking their how do I say this? Showing their potential, let's say. While the others feared that they could end up replacing them and decided that it was probably a better idea if they wiped us out and started again fresh without magic being involved. So there's your nat 20.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
Does he say that out loud?
He
I'm
do,
sorry.
he do.
Dion. The fourth wall.
Well, so much for that magic not being involved, am I right?
Deadpool being the headmaster confirmed.
Right.
Uh, what about that last name in that last journal entry?
Which?
Orla.
I don't know.
There was no last name in the journal entry, I don't think. It
No,
was
I just meant last as in the last name
last one
mentioned.
mentioned.
Last one
oh.
mentioned. I don't know, but whoever this individual was seems to have some issue with Draxel.
I just kind of say under my breath. That's for sure.
Mm.
What?
No, never mind.
I mean, the only thing I would ask is knowing kind of more of what Lilith told us during our little brunch meeting, if this city had records of like ancestry, like a genealogy record.
Perhaps it'll be something you'd have to look up in the library, but depending on the importance of the person, they could be locked behind restrictions that even I can't access.
I'm sorry,
Garble
I heard
takes-
locked behind, and I'm very interested. Do we
And
need
garble
to
her
get behind
genealogy.
this restriction?
Can I whisper to Doldor?
Sure. And what did you say, Nep?
I'm just wondering if we have to get like past this restriction.
I mean, I'm not sure what it is you're looking for. Maybe he kind of sits back in his seat. Is there anything that doesn't involve these that you're asking questions to? Or you have a burning desire to find out?
Well, me, no. I just want to steal things. That's my.
I'd noticed, and you should try to get better at doing it.
Yeah, I slightly fucked it up. I know.
Yeah, for what it's worth.
Won't happen again, and I give like a cheeky smile.
He says, for what it's worth, my part, at least, for the mess that's caught in Q Key. I had hoped Solera here would have taken the contract on, but when the Carrions refused, you were recommended as a good alternative. Just not good enough to be not spotted fleeing the area. I would say my advice to you would probably to be keep an eye over your shoulder. Just because the gem's now out of your personal hands doesn't mean that you've gotten away with it. You've poked the bee's nest, and I don't expect you not to get stung.
I mean, they've already tried. I can try again.
Yes.
What was Quithos whispering?
I don't know. Did you DM him?
I just now did. I didn't
No
want to
worries.
interrupt.
Anyone else?
I'm thinking.
Yeah, the only thing I would have added with talking about genealogy stuff would be asking if the last name, what was it, Creighton? Creighton means anything?
Yeah, I was just literally just about to say that.
Roll an insight check.
Yo.
Do we all do
If
it?
you're trying to, if you are
that-
looking into it yourself, then yes.
Oh, I'll let them do
That's
it. Then.
18.
18. You see a little kind of a flicker of the eye as you mentioned Creighton, Victor Creighton.
I got a 21.
You notice the
So
same.
you do know the name.
Well, I know Victor Creighton, yes.
Who was Victor Creighton then? If you could, fill me
He
in.
was another of the high mages. You seem to know a lot about the. Well, you seem to have stumbled across a lot of the names of the leaders of the Arcane Order throughout the years.
What can I say? I love a good puzzle.
Quite.
On the talk of genealogy,
Yes.
that will require us to actually gain access to the library. Is that something that we can do with your permission, or is that something that we do after retrieving more information?
How about this? Since my time, I am a headmaster of. After all, it is quite precious. How about I offer you this? I can offer you one of these, and he kind of pulls a drawer open and pulls out a kind of a gold-looking amulet emblazoned with the image of an open book and a ruby eye in its center. This is an academy token. This will allow you access to everything that a student and teacher from the academy has access to: shops, the Hunters Guild, most of the Vidal library, and the ability to cast magic in public, within reason, of course. That doesn't mean you could go around throwing fireballs in taverns, and gives you a look, Garble.
Of course. Who would ever do that?
So I can offer you one of these, or if you have any questions with your own personal quests and adventures, I can maybe shed some light or at least try and point you in the right direction.
Well, you know who most of my companions are, but you know what I'm after, are you?
And he kind of throws you the token. You'll probably find what you're looking for in the library if you look hard enough.
Understood. Thank you very much, sir, and pleasure doing business with you.
No worries.
You know of my order and you know of our quest, so the same question would apply there. Am I better off speaking with you, or am I better off diving through your mountain of books?
He kind of throws another token to you. Again, if you're looking for anything to do with the divine, there's new towers that have been built over the past few dozens of years that have started to kind of collate the books and artifacts from religious temples. And again, my apologies for that. It has nothing to do with me.
Oh, see, I was just about to have him interrupt with stolen knowledge. Yes.
he seems to be very self-aware of the Arcane Order's reputation.
Roger. Dollar will nod.
You too? And he kind of gives a look at Quithus and Azran.
I'm trying to decide if I should ask him about Zariah, just because it, without revealing too much about Orla, basically. I don't know how to word it though.
He just kind of glares at you for a while. You do know that I've been watching you for a while. I know that you've been working in the fields this morning.
Such an invasion of privacy.
I know, and I do apologize, but I wanted to get to know some of you before our little meeting.
So you have seen us again since we left the cave.
Yes.
Oh.
Though,
So you know what I'm gonna ask you eventually.
I have some inklings that you seem to be looking for more of your kin.
I'm also looking for the lost dragonborn city, Zariah.
Yes, many of your people are. There seems to be a mass pilgrimage in the past few years that seems to be all making their way there for some reason. They seem to be been bumping heads with the Arcane Order over recent days, though.
Why is that?
Well, the Arcane Order are the archivists of knowledge and information. What better information could be found than the ruins of a city?
I guess mainly I'm curious as to why now, when it's been
Oh no,
6,000 years.
the Arcane Order has always had a presence in the area surrounding the old ruins. It's your people that have started to flock there en masse.
So you know where it is,
Of course.
and you're hiding it?
Not hiding it, it's just been tried to be kept so that any locals that decide to just wander in don't destroy anything of historical or valued information.
Locals, you mean the native people of the
Oh,
land.
please.
And you could start seeing Azrin getting a little agitated.
You haven't lived there in 7,000 years.
And I wonder why.
That's what we're trying to find out.
You keep us out, we're eventually gonna retaliate.
He kind of puts a hand up.
you
I
just-
don't mean to fluster you. Look, I know that the Arcane Order hasn't been the most trustworthy organization in the continent for the past few thousand years, but like I said, I'm trying to reform it and send it back to the roots in which it was created.
I think I'm more trustworthy than the Order, and that's saying something.
I somehow doubt that.
This man doesn't seem to trust the Order either, Nep.
They pay my bills, but that's about it.
And what of the Temple of Bahamut? Where are the followers of the Lord of the North Wind?
A few have left the city. Oh,
Do any remain?
yes. A few.
And where might I find them?
Now,
Sorry.
no, that's fine. That's a more interesting question. Those that stayed behind generally were a little bit too ill to travel. And they seem to have gotten onto the or under the watchful eye of the Arcane Order and have retreated underground. Beneath the city itself, there's a large section of the Underdark that has kind of become a central hub for many vagabonds that reside within the city.
Oh, you mean literally underground?
Yes.
Do you know of any entrances to the Underdark?
Kind of gives a look over at Lilith. I think some answers may be coming your way, so.
Interesting.
Oh. Your mic's gone again!
No, it hasn't.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Yeah, it has, yeah. A little bit better.
I think she was further away. Are you there?
Okay.
Oh yeah, I was leaning.
Okay, there we
Leaning
go.
back over here.
Okay. And when he gives you the look, he does kind of lean and goes, "Do give my regards to Eli, won't you?"
Yeah, I just kind of look at him like beady eyes and what the heck's going on? And I just kind of like put my hand in my pocket and scrunch up the note.
Relax. I mean you no harm.
There's one more thing.
Of course.
As you've revealed that you've been spying on us, no doubt you've seen the child that we've been traveling with.
I've noticed the spell in which I use is centered around an individual, and I have picked up on a presence that is new to the group, but I haven't really seen much. Why? Who is it?
I want to know who the spell was centered on.
Do you say that out
I
loud?
believe he means it was centered upon the 8 of us.
He
The
said it was
fox.
on someone.
Oh, see, I think he means it as in he centers it on a person
Yes.
at a time.
OOC.
He chooses a target to spy on. He's scrying on someone.
Oh,
There you
gotcha.
go.
I thought it was just one person this
No,
whole
no, no, no.
time. Who's the
He's been-
narc?
Well, considering he knows that Azran
Who do
was
you
working in
think
a
it to
field,
be?
then
Yeah.
Right, it would either have to be Azran or he can change it around.
Okay.
fucking cat, goddamn.
Yeah, it's just a fox.
Yeah.
Really? It's fun.
Yeah, our ranger here, likes animals.
I gotta say.
Sorry about that, but the cat decided to get his claws stuck in my sock/foot.
Interesting,
Nice.
interesting. Hang on a second. Yeah, he reads straight in. No, in fact, no. Roll a deception check actually to see if you beat
no.
this.
Alright. Do I get
Rip.
deception? Hold on.
Technically,
Ooh, I get
Kritos would
plus
be
4 in
aiding
deception.
Okay.
Hold on.
It's charisma based.
I have a plus.
Do I need to roll as well?
No. She's trying to convince him that
+7.
the figure that he's been watching is just a fox.
That would be a 23.
A 23. Surprisingly, his eyes kind of flicker at you for a moment, and he's like, "Oh, a fox. Okay, interesting.
He's really friendly.
I'm sure."
And tell me, Marcus.
Yes.
What sort of magics would break this spell and disallow you from viewing us for a time?
And how can we learn this magic?
You could join the academy if you wish.
My question is, you did break concentration. You were unable to see us. What kind of magics could have kept you from
Well, I would
seeing
imagine
us?
that it was probably the storm. That storm has been surrounding the continent for thousands of years. Who knows what kind of magical properties it has. It certainly hasn't been passed through, so the fact that these pirates are just sailing into it all recklessly without any issues is interesting and alarming.
The star maps that we've brought to you, and that Dion has showed you this contract that you've disposed of, hopefully to a safe place.
Which, thank you for that.
I just moved it over to a pocket dimension for a time being.
We appreciate the safekeeping. They came from a quite dark and treacherous cave.
Yes, well, it seems that the contract itself was probably aimed towards the Undying King himself. So, not something you should be signing.
Everyone
I
glares at
tried to tell
Garble.
somebody that, but
I mean, if you find a random contract just lying in a random cave, it probably isn't the best idea to sign it in the first place.
I'm sorry, what, sir? Could you say that a little louder towards the guy in the top hat?
Nobody could have ever seen that coming.
You were going to sign it.
All I have to say, is what a man does with his soul is his fucking business.
Thank you, Nep. Finally, someone understands.
Marcus.
Not when you read the fine print of a deal with
Your
the devil.
soul would have been ripped to fucking pieces.
It's not even about your
That's
soul.
his
I don't give a
problem.
shit about your soul. The question is, does it involve only your soul? Usually power from a devil demands a greater price.
And I know specifically how many souls that fucking
Well,
contract asked for. I read it.
I'm also
technically, you
more worried
didn't.
about the proximity of your soul to my soul.
Yes, but he turns and says, like, as you're all kind of like yelling at the tiefling. Yes, the contract was for more than just your soul. You would have actually had to take the lives of many others in order to fill out the requirements.
Again, I don't think that.
Sorry, now I'm against you, Garble.
Everyone's eyes are just gleaming in the back of his head.
He kind.
I know I'm handsome, but there's just one garble at a time for y'all.
He kind of leans over and
I already had my turn, so.
he leans over and taps on the amulet that he handed to, and perhaps just research for now the information that you require, and just don't go doing anything rash just yet, at least.
I promise I will take my time to investigate and thoroughly read through anything we come across.
That's more like it. And if you have any questions with anything that you find, I'm sure that I'm going to be here. So by all means, come and visit, and maybe I can shed some further light. And he kind of looks at the rest of you who haven't had any information yet, or have wanted any of these tokens. Can I help you with anything else, or are we done here?
Could I have a token as well?
He kind of gives you like a, what the fuck do you want a token? But is
You read?
Can I have a token?
Y'all don't want to know.
Yes.
yeah, he kind of throws a token at Nep, and then he looks at you and he goes, "Yes, I suppose I can give you a token. How long have you been out of the Feywild, though?"
OOC, but also in character. How long have I technically been on my emissary?
Probably about a year, maybe.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. A year, give or take.
Okay. Interesting. And throws a token at you.
Back to this work you were speaking of
yes.
before.
Darkfen.
Given what we all know now in this room about Darkfen Keep, what's your intent there? What do you want?
Well, this has just made this whole quest even more exciting and important. I want to know what's down there. You know?
I imagine it's something similar to that contract.
Well, there may be similar situations to this, but it would seem that you seem to have stumbled across some sort of hidden experimentation island of some sort that Vecna was using to conduct his experiments. But
That's a good term for it.
Yes, but then his actual kingdom itself was down in Darkfen Keep. So I would imagine that there's probably even more information down there. And as it is still quite a hazardous place to go, I would only send capable people down to explore.
As long as there's shinies, I'm good to go anywhere.
Oh, I'm sure you'll be rewarded heavily for your work. And like I said, I've already sent one party who I think are heading down there in a few days' time. If you beat them and come back with more information, more findings, perhaps I can throw an extra bonus your way.
Ajin just kind of says under his breath, "Well, seeing as I can't get into Zoraya anyway."
he does overhear you. Zoraya is a ruin. I'm not sure entirely what your people intend to discover there. I'm surprised that you've turned your back on your home.
I didn't have a choice.
Yeah. I mean, a bit of politeness may lead to some aid in that regard. Or are you just going to let your people die?
His fists are very clenched right now.
I'll pat Azran on the shoulder. You can't blame the guy. Not all of us have the privilege of being able to grow up in the lands that their heritage belongs to.
It was less than that in the more of the home that he is people living currently.
Current home does not mean that it is your home.
Yeah. Example, him, right there.
But when his people are there in danger, I thought he may be a bit more inclined to help.
Not that I care what you think, but I was sent to find help. And the first place I wanted to look was Zariah, but I seem to be blocked.
I'm sorry, but I think by the time you made it to Zariah, your people will probably be dead. Time is of the essence and all that.
And yet
So we should go help
your
his people
order
first.
doesn't seem to want to help with that either, do they?
I'm offering help from the Academy. I control the Academy, I don't control the Order. We may be a subsection, but as headmaster, I do have certain privileges that I can use, both with my people and the Hunters Guild.
Hunters Guild.
AR has never heard Ajran talk about his home before, so she's kind of staring at him and like elbowing him, like, maybe you should take him up.
I'm having a hard time finding what to say. OOC.
No worries.
He just I guess he just tries to shake it off. He releases the tension in his hands and it says they wouldn't help anyway.
Why not? This is the Arcane Academy. Such creatures such as that you're trying to face. Properties that they could have by harvesting their...
So you can take more land from my people.
I'm not trying to take land. I was...
If you wanted to help, you would have helped already. And he just walks
Okay.
out.
Well,
If you were to help his people, what would you do?
He hands the another token to you. This will also grant you access to the Hunters Guild. Normally, a normal person would have to take a fitness and tracking exam in order to become a member, but students bypass that due to our usefulness and the arcane abilities.
who did he hand that
To
to?
Ayara, the one who
Okay.
seems to be like closer to Ajran.
Ajran.
I'm not trying to take his other homeland. I'm trying to help him.
I might be able to help with that. OOC as a Dawn Greet, that is one of my specialties. is finding allies.
Yeah.
I basically will ask Marcus to, give me a few moments with Ajran to calm him down and to meet with us later to maybe work out something.
Well, it is the early morning, and I do have a school to run, so perhaps later on you can all return if you've calmed down at that point.
Yeah,
Okay.
fine. I'm sure you have a way of telling us when you're ready rather than vice versa.
I mean, if you wish.
Sure, just, I don't know, ring a bell in my head. I'm sure you can do that, right?
Yes, I can do something like that.
I wanted to roll an insight on him helping
Sure.
his Ajrans.
Sure.
And I got a 19.
He seems like he's been honest and open to you guys throughout the entire kind of interview, if you want to call it that. And he seems to be continuing.
Right.
So it seems like he is trying to persuade you into his good book so that you can probably form some sort of arrangement.
OOC, I don't think any player characters ever trust NPCs.
Yes, I know that, but
NPC is like, do you want to form an alliance with me?
what's in it for us?
Exactly.
Yes.
Well, so then Dion will, I guess, try to catch Ajran as he's going out
Do
of the room.
you storm off, or you just walk out the room, Ajran?
Well, I guess it depends on how big
This place is
but
huge.
I suppose I would be far enough out of earshot, basically, because he just didn't want to listen to anything.
Yeah,
anymore.
you'd have gone out the room and probably marched down the hallway a little bit. There's a few students that are kind of bustling back and forth. So, do you go out, Dion?
Yeah, so I guess I'll just kind of follow after him after I say that to the the arcane
Okay.
guy. And I'm assuming if anybody else has stuff, they'll figure it out.
Sure.
Oh, I take all my stuff, by the way, the journal and the maps. I just
Ah,
in
okay.
my bag.
The contract's still been poofed out of it.
Oh yeah, well yeah, he can keep that. I don't care.
Okay.
It's better off not in my bag.
I don't
Before
know what you're
heading out,
talking about.
Sorry? What was that?
what were you saying, Nep?
I was making a joke.
No.
It's okay.
Before, because I have a feeling that this is pretty much the party getting dismissed. As a last note before leaving out, Dolder will take out the amulet of Ayun that he found and ask if he has any insider knowledge about that.
His face becomes very stone cold and serious. Where did you find that?
In the ruins upon my travels.
Wow. Gotta say, of all the old pantheon, Ayun is one of the rarest.
It is not a deity of my worship.
Yes, I figured as much since your background from Carthaldor. I'm sorry to say, ironic that the god of knowledge is so unknown.
It is not quite ironic. It is actually quite makes sense in that the first thing you want to remove if you are seeking to remove information from a group is to target the one with the most knowledge.
He kind of squints and kind of gets the point you're trying to make. Yes, that's a good observation. Oh, and I do believe that you've been hired. Sorry, again, I do apologize for the invasion of privacy. But I would recommend you go and speak to. Let me see, where is he? Go to speak to one of my students called Galen Farthros. I hear that he's been causing your lady of the house some issues with one of her workers.
Yes, it seems his level of infatuation is a bit beyond a young boy losing his virginity to a prostitute.
Yes, well, we normally ban first years from going into that place anyway.
Good luck with that.
Yes, well, it seems it hasn't been working, and it seems that of all the students, Galen has started to miss a number of classes recently, so I would assume that he is the one that you would be searching for.
Well, he would be
Do we
missing
need
a
to
lot
talk to him?
considering him running back to that house every 20 minutes.
For sure. What was that, Net?
Do we need to talk to him about his attendance at school as well?
I think if you sort the issue out within the hammer and tongs, his attendance may start improving.
All right, I got this.
Thank you. And he gives a very concerned look.
We
As
will
you should, honestly.
strive strongly to make sure it is a verbal confrontation only.
I appreciate that, and I really do. I'd hate to see one of my students get hurt.
Hopefully, the only thing that will become hurt is his pride.
Me.
And potentially his feelings.
He's a young lad. I'm sure he'll recover. But like I said, I have an academy to run. So, if that is all,
Nod and walk
Okay.
out.
Just as just as everyone's leaving, I just asked the headmaster for a moment of his time in private.
Okay. So everyone walks out and starts walking away, and you close the door behind you so you can talk to him.
Cool. So, headmaster, understand you've got your clearly you've got your ear to the ground. So I was wondering if you could help me.
Sure.
I'm looking for someone. Well, as you probably know, Yara Gwynethon. Name sound familiar?
Well, first off, contrary to popular belief, I don't watch you 24/7, so I don't have information entirely of what you're all up to, but I can try and look into this individual if you wish.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And any other information other than their name?
What, like more of a description?
That would be helpful.
She's about 40. She's from Eastern originally. She's been here for about 25 years, or came in this direction about 25 years. She used to be a bit of a party girl in her time, but I don't know if time's changed. But she ran off. She should be with a guy by now.
Okay. Well, I can certainly look into it and let you know. Don't worry, I can let you know. And he taps on his head. You don't need to come back here.
Thank you, it's very much appreciated. And if we could just keep that information about my brother between me and you, that'd be great.
He kind of laughs. Do give him my regards.
I will when I find him.
He's an interesting fellow.
Oh, so you know him?
Yes, he came to me when he first came to the city.
Hopefully, I'll be able to speak my mind with him soon.
I look forward. Well, nope. And then just stops talking.
Okay, and then I'll just like walk out and join the others.
Okay.
So Marcus made that when I mentioned the Underdark, and he just kind of gestured towards Lilith, and Lilith had shared information at the tavern. Does Quithus not know about that?
The information that she shared at the tavern, I think, was just in terms of saying what she found out from Orla.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so not including the note, which I assume is what he was gesturing about.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just confused about that. All right, cool.
Yeah, so no one saw
me
give the note.
No one knows about the note, but it seemed that he spoke to you and kind of gestured toward Lilith as maybe that may be your way in. So, where'd you all go? It's probably it's getting towards about 10 o'clock.
Oh, then Dolder has to go to his sermon.
Yeah. Do you go to the sermon?
He's not keying in. Yeah,
Damn
his
it, I
mic
have
was
my
up.
microphone flipped up.
No
My
worries.
bad. Yeah, no, I kind of assumed that you understood that Dolder would be mentally keeping
Oh,
track
yeah,
of time
yeah.
because headmaster of the academy is fine and all, but I got more important
Yeah,
to do.
bearing in mind that he is the headmaster himself and probably teaches classes, so he was also trying to push you out the door as well. As much as the information you were given wasn't very interesting to him.
Dion will just be clip clopping after Azran down the hallways.
Okay.
I guess the amount of time that's in between, I've made it pretty far.
I would say in this time you've probably made it. Well, Dion left quite soon afterwards, so.
Yeah, it was like maybe 20 to 30 seconds after, just like a quick, I'll figure it out.
So you've kind of made your way down the stairs, and you're probably just heading towards the exit now. Is kind of Dion's clip-clopping behind, trying to catch up.
Mirthful leaps and everything.
Parkour!
Parkouring down the hallways.
Parkour!
All I hear is the coconuts from the Holy Grail.
Yes, yes, you do.
What about everyone else?
Ayara wants to she kind of was hanging out near the room and everyone's already left and she kind of pokes her head in there and she's like, "Hey, you know that test? That was me." And then she leaves.
Couldn't fucking help
Couldn't
herself.
just stay fucking humble.
She was trying so hard.
Perfect.
Clearly.
Perfect.
Yeah, just give the DM more fodder, thanks.
Because considering Orla has been on her own for quite some time now, I'm going to start heading back.
Okay. Anyone else go back to the tavern, or?
Hello, CP.
I suppose I'm making my way
Making
that
my way.
way, but
Okay.
making my way down.
But is the pace fast?
Yeah, I don't know if Dion's caught up to me. I'm kind of waiting on that. I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah.
You just hear that on the lute, like as I'm catching up to you.
You kind of turn around as you hear this kind of musical kind of noise coming behind you, and you see many students are doing the same. As a red-haired.
Oh shit! It's a flash mob of dances.
Jesus Christ. It's got all High School Musical in here. So yeah,
Hence what Soph was
Yeah.
saying earlier.
Oh, see, if I could get a bunch of people to mass dance, like a mass control, I would create flash mobs.
I mean, I
That would
think
be
that is a
amazing.
spell you get later on.
Yeah, but like so much later.
But anyway,
It'd be fun
you
now.
do catch up to him
Anyway,
at the entrance of the actual academy itself.
I'm out of breath because that was a lot of parkouring. I have athletics, but not that many.
you move very fast, my big friend.
Long legs, but at least you look cool doing it.
Thank you. I try and I kind of like slap my hooves. So, I just we'll walk and talk. We'll talk out of
Sure,
the
yeah.
academy, but I want to talk to you a little bit about what he said there, but not here because prying ears.
Well, apparently he's always watching, so
Yeah, but like he's
Doesn't
always
matter.
watching. That's fine. I don't want like fucking McFuckhead over here watching. You know what I mean?
fucking chodes, right?
Yeah. And then we
Sorry,
just
that was a little OOC.
yeah. I mean, Dion will say that, but like in a nicer way. I don't want like all the kids around here listening in on an adult conversation.
Yeah.
These damn kids.
Yeah, when I'm clearly probably the same age as all of them. Yeah, literally that. So I will. Yeah, we'll let's talk at the tavern instead.
Sure. Give me time to cool off a bit more.
Yeah, for sure. On the way, I think I need to do some shopping. Would you mind coming with?
Sure.
Cool.
I'll open up the map.
Basically, I just want to find a place where I can buy a decent crossbow because I don't like melee combat,
Okay.
so I want a crossbow.
You can do that quite easily. There is a few shops around the academy itself that seems to sell different items and magical items, so you probably could try and find something from in there.
Ooh, fancy! I'll look in there first. How fancy!
Is it possible while they're shopping that I don't know if Nep was already going there, but Ayara thought she'd go find that kid that
Galen.
the
Galen
headmaster.
Phosphorus.
Caitlin,
Yep.
yeah. Nep, were you heading there too?
Yeah, I'll go there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the
Yeah.
other question. Is there time to do that between now and when the mat or sermon would take place?
I would say since it's about 10 a.m. and the sermon starts in about an hour and a half, you'd probably want to make your way there.
Roger.
Well, yeah, it wasn't OOC wasn't Galen for his idol of Ayun.
No. Galen was just
No.
the kid that's been bothering the.
Yeah, that's the kid from the tavern.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought that was the name of the kid for that. Marcus told him to ask about Ayun.
No, he just told me about the matter that Gabby hired us for. The kid that keeps coming back to the Hammer and Tongs. That we should
okay.
talk to him, and he gave us the name.
Could you imagine if the horny kid was the expert in Ayun?
All that knowledge.
I'd be grilling him in more ways than one.
Knowledge.
So you're heading that direction? Are you going to the student accommodations?
Yeah, I guess while Dion and Ajran are shopping, and Lilith went back. Where's Quithis?
Quithis.
With Lilith.
Okay, so yeah, and Garble.
Garble would actually like to investigate the medical shops.
Okay. So I would say that after a while you come out and you do see Dion and Ajran that are kind of looking shop through the shop windows and stuff, trying to find the right shop to go to if you wanted to join them or go off on your own.
Sure. I'll
And Nep and Ayara, roll me just a general investigation check each. Or one of you roll with advantage.
I think you have
Hey,
higher.
Ara, what's your yeah
Let me check. Investigation, I have a +2.
+3?
Okay, you do it. And then I just roll a regular investigation?
No, just
No,
one
it's for the
one
advantage.
person. One person roll with advantage. You can either roll separately.
19 +3.
Okay, so yeah, asking around from the different students and stuff, you soon get pointed in the direction of Galen's abode, or his student accommodation.
Okay. Is Dolder with us too?
No, he's gone running off to go start his sermon.
Okay, so it's just Nep and I.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we find out where he is.
Yep, you find his room, in his dorm.
All right, Nep, how do you want to do this?
I mean, we could just bust in and tell him no, but I mean, I don't know. I'm mostly about stealing. I just wanted to talk to him. I can break in.
Okay. I think I could probably intimidate him if you can get us into the room and we could scare the shit out of him. And not only will it help them, but it'll be fucking funny.
I'm all for this.
All
I'm
right.
just gonna try knocking at the door first.
Okay, let's go.
Wow, you're knocking! Holy shit!
Right?
I actually don't think I have any thieves tools, so
Worst rogue.
Worst rogue ever.
I haven't realized up
I
until
think
now.
Dion even has thieves tools. What the shit?
I'm just gonna go buy some after. I was going through my inventory. I was like, wait a second, I don't think I have thieves tools.
He needs to sort out his priorities.
Oh, I can guarantee you I can get into
Oh, no,
that
I
library.
have
I
some.
guarantee
Alright.
you I can do this. I'm the best
He's
thief.
gonna knock and ask
Are
politely.
you just gonna knock? Yeah.
I am just gonna knock. I do have these tools,
Oh,
everyone.
okay.
Don't worry.
Well,
Okay, good.
I'm just a
Are
blockhead.
you
you
sure?
knock anyway, and the door opens, and you do see quite a scrawny, kind of messy brown hair, looks about 18 years old, human male. Hello? Can I help you?
Hi, can we speak privately?
He starts to kind of shut the door. I don't know you. Who?
I'm
What? Go on.
I'm blocking the door with my foot.
Okay. Ah!
We've been
I'm
trying to
not
reach you
letting
about your
this-
car's extended warranty.
Have you got a
Sorry.
moment to listen?
Carriage to warranty.
Yeah, go on. What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm just gonna push my way in.
Yeah, he's a scrawny wizard. He's fucking weak as fuck. Yeah.
Era follows and
Dude, I'm a halfling.
You know what? You're right.
Shuts
Roll a
the
strength
door.
check. You right?
Just
Worth
say
it.
it's not exactly like it's Azran pushing the door. It's
Yeah.
fucking
It's true.
You could just.
You had to say it.
Hey
Yeah.
guys, don't worry. I got a 17 somehow.
Oh,
Oh my god.
yeah. No, he didn't succeed. So you barge in. This little small halfling just bursts the door open as this scrawny little nerdy kid.
Thank God it wasn't a con check.
Ara follows and shuts the door behind her and then leans up against it.
Yeah, he's just on the floor, like kind of crawling backwards at this point. He's kind of been knocked on his ass.
Hey, we heard you like to visit Hammer and Tongues.
He goes from scared to frown. He goes, okay, and just stares at you. And
Don't do it. Nep,
help.
Nep, you tell him.
Look, she's not interested, dude. You can stop this,
For God's sake.
or we can get carried
She's not
away.
interested, and he opens a drawer and throws a bunch of letters at your feet.
I'd like to roll an investigation.
Roll an
on that,
investigation.
if I could. I can barely tell it's a letter.
It's very,
Does that help?
it's very fanciful kind of handwriting, very feminine. Quite all the letters are kind of touched together, and you're like, can't read this. This is like doctor's prescription.
Someone
Can
didn't
I
study
keep one of
cursive.
these?
Can Ayara grab the letter and try and read it?
Sure.
You said that was an investigation?
It's
Okay.
okay.
16.
Thank you. They all.
I rolled a 5, by the way.
You see a mass. Oh, yeah, that's not good enough. You see a mass of handwritten letters, all discussing a romance between the two, and basically talking about how they should run away from the city and never look back. And both parties seem to be quite willing.
Can I keep one of these letters?
Do you try and like hide it, or do you ask?
No, I'm asking him. If I wanted to keep it and don't want him
He
to know,
squints.
I would have just done it.
Why?
Look, if this is all misunderstanding, we'll clear it up. And if it's not, well, then we have proof that it's not, and you're just being a weirdo?
I'm not a weirdo, but yeah, I want it back though.
Oh, sure. I can give it back. I have no problems with
And
that.
and he kind of he kind of panics for a bit, and then kind of starts rummaging through the letters that you've kind of got in your hand, and like, shit, I should probably hide some of these. Starts kind of getting some back. He says, "Here, I have this one," and he kind of hands you, and it's this was the letter that turned up this morning after I visited. And you read through it, and it details it's time for them to go, and to meet her at the docks at 10 p.m. tonight, and to pack his bags so they could finally board a ship and run off together.
Sketch. I love this.
Can Ayara roll an intimidation check?
Why? What for?
Ayara wants to make sure that he knows that if he's bothering any of those girls without any of their like reciprocating feelings, that he's gonna have some problems.
Sure, roll an intimidation check.
Just to give her some advantage on this, I'm gonna look at him and clearly demonstrate that I'm very well armed.
Yeah, okay.
So does that mean I get to roll twice?
That's up to her.
Yeah, roll with advantage.
Okay. I mean, I can't get that much better, but I'll
Oh
try.
god, why? What did you roll?
I rolled an 18, but I have a +6 in intimidation.
Fucking hell, okay.
So 24.
So, Nep, you stand there, pull two daggers out, trying to look menacing, and you don't see behind you this terrifying visage of pure fucking horror as her arms and legs stretch out and her like head seems to like bump against the ceiling of the room. Her long hair seems to drag down like some weird like swamp creature, and her eyes go completely black, and she starts talking in like tongues, in like a weird demonic voice. As she says, "You stay away from the rest of them, you hear?" So you hear it, but you don't see it, and you're probably a little bit too afraid to turn around.
Just by the voices, I want to have like a flash of panic, and then full composure, and like I'm just visibly shaking though, because I know what's behind me. And I don't
You've
like
seen it before, you know what it is. But yeah, he just fucking, he pretty much tries to claw his way under his bed. Because you're literally blocking the only exit. So, yeah, kind of get the... Yeah.
All right. I think our job here is done. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. And don't fuck up. And I want to walk
Okay,
in.
and you take the letter with you. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
we leave.
Shop people. So, a shop? Perusing? What are you...
Oh my god, shoes.
Cheers, what are you trying to get?
A crossbow.
Oh my god, okay.
Not shoes. Oh my god, crossbow.
I would say after a little bit of time, you do find a crossbow for sale if you wish to purchase one.
Cool. How much money?
They are offering you the crossbow for about 28 gold.
Okay, and it's a
very bog
standard,
standard,
like,
yeah, light crossbow.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
I'll add that to my inventory
Okie
later.
dokie. Or any other shoppers or looking for anything interesting?
Would there be anything in the way of jewelry that boosts defense in any sort of way?
Looking for certain specific items would probably be more of a you order it and it gets made for you. Otherwise, you'd have to peruse the actual shelves to see if you get lucky and find something.
Or you could just prepare mage armor.
Or that.
Shush. I'll start
Don't
with
feel
perusing.
reasonable now.
Sorry, what was that?
I'll start with perusing
Okay.
on for a little while. See if there's anything good.
Okay. You do find one of the arcane shops opposite the academy itself, if you wish to enter.
I do.
It is a shop called Dispel and That Spell.
Oh my god, I'm quitting.
That's
Goodbye.
incredible, actually. I love that.
I love this.
Could you show me which shop that is exactly on the map?
As Viking leaves the
Let's
chat.
go with that one right there, right in front of the door. There you go.
I breathe in, I smile, and I start walking inside.
Okay. You see, it's quite a dark lit interior. There seems to be a couple of students kind of darting backwards and forwards, but not overly busy.
I tip my hat to show courtesy and start walking around.
Okay. Behind the counter, as you kind of walk through the aisles, you see a curious individual. You can't quite place his race, but he kind of looks creepy, almost like a spookier, withered version of Mr. Filch from Harry Potter. Like, his arms are a little bit longer, and his head's balding on the top. He's got wisps of white hair on the back and sides, and a wide mouth that seems to stretch from like his ear to ear. But all the students seem to be running up to him and like chatting quite happily to him, and he's like smiling back at them. So he seems to be quite innocent and harmless, at least for them.
I get a little bit closer so I can get into vicinity of almost what's the word, like it's not listening, it's like crap, I forgot the word. Eavesdropping. There we go. Thank you.
Okay, you can hear him like talking to a few students about, and is that all you need for today? Any papers, inks? No, that's I think that's everything. Thank you. Aye, okay, see you soon. And he's like, alright, Vizran, see you next week. And then they disappear.
Yeah. As the students then are out, I approach the individual.
Okay. Hello. May I help you?
I show him the token and just explain that I am looking for some items that may be actually helpful in a medical way to boost any sort of defense if he has some available.
Let me have a look through my stock. And he kind of pulls out a big kind of dusty tome, plonks it on the desk and starts kind of thumbing through.
While he looks and do that, I'll also tell him that while my trusty old staff has been this fair companion for many a months, I may need to actually also check if there's something that can help, because just having a staff of wood is nice as a walking stick, but having something that can actually do something would be nice.
Yes, well, unfortunately, I don't think that I've got anything that kind of boosts defensive. I have this cloak that allows you to breathe underwater, when you pull the hood up. But that's about it for defensive kind of clothing or items.
Well, being able to survive in water is a plus.
Okay, that's...
So how much would
that's
that be?
6,000 gold.
That is quite a lot.
Well, yes.
Do you take installment?
He just shuts the book. No. Listen, this is a respectable shop for the Arcane Academy. We supply students with all manner of different items that they need in their day-to-day consumables, but we also had dabble in a few magical items, but they are more for the Arcane Order and the Crimson Cloaks. I don't think you're either of those. And they may be a little bit out of your price range. How much are you looking to spend?
I'd say somewhere between 200 and 300 gold for now.
Okay, well, I'm not sure if I've got anything like that. I have one weapon, but it's a little bit higher than your price range.
And may I see it?
Sure. And he kind of takes a walk outside from around the counter and kind of goes to a display box, unlocks it, opens it up, and pulls out a small little sickle. This is a vicious sickle, and it is a quite a dangerous little item.
Other than it being pointy, dangerous in what way?
OOC, because I'm not sure how you describe this in Magic World, but it's basically if you roll a natural 20 on a crit, it will deal an extra 7 damage of the weapon's type, as well as the crit damage. So it'll crit, do double dice damage, and then an extra 7 damage on top. Yeah, this is a vicious sickle. And it could be yours for 375 gold.
That is quite pricey. How about this? And I start rummaging through my own backpack, and I start showing him this Scroll of Summon Undead, which I wonder if I can actually barter with or sell here.
Okay. He kind of looks that over and goes, absolutely, you can trade this in.
And for how much?
He kind of starts waving his fingers in the air like he's doing some invisible math.
Like he just don't care.
Like he just don't care. If you hand the scroll over and you want the weapon, I could probably give you the weapon and say 1,000 gold.
I think we have a deal, good sir.
Absolutely. And he very hungrily wraps really long fingers around the scroll and kind of pulls it away from you as he slides the weapon into your hand and goes back to the till to fetch some gold.
All right. Adding 1,000 gold.
You really wanted that. Roll a perception check.
All right. 10.
Okay, you don't see anything.
Is he gonna run out the door as well?
No.
And with that, I'll tip my hat and I'll say that I'll be seeing you next time I come back to town.
I look forward to it.
Good day, sir.
Good day.
I head out.
Okay. Who else? Who what?
I technically have stuff to sell,
Okay.
I guess. But I will, so I'll lean over to Ashran and just like as we're in the store, I'll say, with this whole situation with the kid, are we gonna need to bring her along? Because if we bring her along, this princess dress thing isn't gonna work.
I mean, It's definitely not the kind of garb you use for traveling.
That's what I'm saying. So should we? Do they make like armor for 9-year-olds? Do they make child's armor?
I'm sure there's some leathers that we could find.
Oh, halflings. Nep is the
Ah,
size of a 9-year-old. I'm sure they got something.
Nep is a 9-year-old.
I know I don't hear this, but I want to have a flash of insulted.
You sneezed because your name
Yeah.
is being
Yeah, you
spoken.
hear your ears ringing because we're talking about you. So I still have the scimitar and the padded leather armor from picking up in the cave.
Right.
And I'll use that towards, I guess, buying a smaller suit of like leather armor for Orla if she is coming with us, because I'm assuming ballroom gown
Probably
doesn't have
not.
a very
No.
good
Yeah.
AC.
Probably. Yeah.
So,
It's not a
um,
ballroom gown. It was like a tea dress.
We're thinking
well,
more so like
Oh,
Siri
Blitz.
type
I
garb.
hate to tell you, but a tea dress is not necessarily good for a 50-mile hike.
I'll see
Or
if
blocking an
the
arrow or a sword.
yeah, exactly. I'll ask the guy who's like selling the stuff if there's like an extra charge if he has a specialist that can maybe dye the leather with a specific pigment.
It would be an extra charge, but I'm sure we can sort it out for you.
How much would it be for green?
Just an extra gold.
Done.
Okay. So you're selling the glaive and the padded armor, did you say?
Yep.
So that's 25. So yeah, you could get leather armor for that, no problem. And have change to spare. Keep yourself 14 gold since you're dyeing it.
Okay. And I'll probably end up splitting that with the party, so I'll just add 2, and then everybody else can add 2 because that was party
Okey-dokey.
loot.
I'm sorry, you're giving us gold. I'll take it.
Yeah. See how she shared the things that we found as a group with the group?
So 14
Class.
divided by 8. Got it.
Oh yeah, technically 8. Yeah, that's fine. I'll misgo the 2 since I paid the extra for
The die.
The die, so that everybody else just takes
Okay.
2.
Yeah. He told you to come back in about an hour, and an hour's time you come back, and there's a lovely crafted leather set of armor dyed beautifully green.
Amazing. I flip him an extra 50 silver for the job well done.
Thank you very much. All right then. Quithus, are you doing anything? Oh, you're going back to the
I'm with
you're
Lilith.
okay.
Yeah.
So at this time, you two actually arrive back at the tavern. Dulder, you're very getting close to actually approaching to the temple at this moment. But Lilith and Quithus, you are at the tavern.
On our walk,
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to ask Lilith. So, when I mentioned when I spoke of the Underdark to Marcus, he made a nod in your direction. Do you know how to get to the Underdark?
No, personally, I don't.
Do you know why he would gesture to you?
I mean, between you and me, I think my brother's in town. So he mentioned my brother at the same time. So, I mean, I haven't seen him for 20 years. So,
Oh, well, how fortunate
I mean,
that he
maybe
might
he
be
knows.
here.
I know. I thought I saw him earlier while we were in the cafe, but when you just think you see things. But I did get a note that he is in town.
Can I see your note? Or
I
would
just
you like
kind
to tell me what's on it?
No, I just kind of put my hand in my pocket and give you my scrumpled little note.
What's I guess I remember what it says.
Yeah,
That's fine.
meet
I know what it
meet
says.
meet at
Yeah.
the Raven's Queen temple.
Meet at the Raven's Queen entrance at sundown.
Have you learned where that temple is yet?
Well, that's the thing. That headmaster earlier mentioned something about Raven's Queen earlier. So there's a Raven's Queen's temple, and then something about Raven's Queen in a different location. So I'm thinking if it's the same location, but no, I don't know where it is yet.
Well, then I shall help you find it.
Quickly going off,
Mhm.
Ram, was earlier when Headmaster said about Raven's Queen, was that the same place, or was
He was
didn't he
mentioning the way
mention that
Raven's
in-
Queen herself. She
That
ascended
was
to
it.
she ascended from being a mortal into one of the old gods, and it split the pantheon in two warring sides, and that's what basically kickstarted the whole conflict from thousands of years ago.
See, I was semi-listening. Yeah. Yeah, that would be really appreciated, Quithis. But yeah, I'm meeting him at sundown.
And then it seems like we have a time limit on finding this location. It shouldn't be too hard, though, I don't imagine.
No, if you wanted to ask someone as they walk past, they could point you in the right direction.
Yeah, literally the next person.
Okay, the next place you see, yes, it's down over near the Cherry Tree Lane, over the other side of town.
I see your marker. Got it. Good call.
The large black temple.
How mysterious.
Next to the Chode building.
It's not the church, that's the crypt.
Have I just seen her? Or they're like.
No,
Looks
yeah,
like there's,
ignore
like,
that.
ladies in
Ignore
the
that. Ignore that.
The Chode building.
Move it.
It's a Mickey Mouse.
Keep moving on. You
Why-
both
Ram, why are there
you
ladies
both
on the
meet
roof?
you both reach the inn. don't pick up what's up.
Explain this to
Okay,
me.
they were on the wrong layer. Okay, they were meant to be behind the building. Okay, it fucked up. Continuing on, you both reach the tavern. Son of
But
a
like,
bitch.
quickly going off subject one more time. Is anyone feeling a bit Beauty and the Beast, or just feeling like, there goes the girl with the silvers always? I've literally been thinking that this whole time. That it's like Belle's map. So, right, going back. Sorry, Quiffers. I'm back again.
You've made the tavern. God damn it.
Oh, there
What
are
type-
people on a roof.
Shut
aren't
up.
there?
Forget about the people on the
Never
roof.
mind.
You're at the tavern.
Yep,
You're
go
at the
ahead.
tavern. What are you doing?
I want to look for Orla. Is she in the main room?
She's not in the main room, no.
I walk up to the bedroom that I expect her to be in and knock on the door.
You knock on the door, no answer.
I open the door. Orla!
Roll a perception check.
Oh!
Is that good up?
That's 24.
Holy shit. The room is a mess.
Oh, he knows.
Oh no. Yeah, it's bad.
The beds are toppled. And there is a four-legged figure on the floor in the corner.
Oh no.
What?
Poor
What?
murderer.
Check for candy
I
wrapper.
go and I check the four-legged figure.
You see Echo badly wounded.
Cure wounds.
Okay.
I'm just standing behind Quivers, like in shock.
Oh crap, maybe I don't have cure wounds up right now.
You
Fuck, I
better
don't have
check.
cure wounds. No, I don't have
Okay.
it up. I have healing word. I can healing
Okay.
word.
Healing
Okay.
word.
Yeah, healing word at second
Yeah,
level.
he was literally. If you hadn't have done that, that would have been fun. Okay. So you quickly cast healing word, and his wounds close up slightly, and his breathing becomes a little less laboured.
10 healing.
Okay.
I'm just like, I just run past Quiffis and just like get on my hands and knees and just like, Echo!
Yeah.
Echo!
Yeah.
So there's no sign of Orla.
No, you put your hands down, and your hands you're in like a pool of blood that have been surrounding Echo. But with that perception check, actually, you do notice there's quite a lot of claw marks that have kind of dug into the bedding, the floor, some of the walls.
Like what kind of claw marks? Not fox claws.
No, larger.
Okay. I'm going to use my spell, Speak with Animals, and get 10 minutes and speak to Echo about what the hell has happened here.
Okay.
In the meantime, I want to do a survival check and track the tracks.
Sure. You cast your Speak with Animals spell, and
26.
20. Jesus Christ. You see some footprints that kind of lead out into the hallway.
I follow them. Go ahead,
Okay.
Lilith.
What do you ask?
At this point, he's been healed.
He's been
hasn't he?
healed, and your cast of Speak with Animals is gone. So what do you want to ask?
Cool. Perfect. I'm just straight up. One, are you okay?
I am now.
What happened?
The little one. She started seizing and shaking.
Yeah, shit. What do you mean, shaking?
She fell to the floor and started like convulsing, and her body began to grow bigger.
Was someone else here?
No, just her. She seemed to grow claws, and I don't think she meant to, but she hit me, and she ended up breaking out of the room.
There was no sign of this in the main area?
Of what? You're
like a beast breaking out of
not in the surrounding. People seem to be acting quite calm and casual outside.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So where did she leave from? The door, the
The door.
window? So if she went out the door and there's no marks.
There's marks in the bedroom, and since he rolled quite a high survival, you do see signs of bloody footprints and some slight claw marks leaving the room.
But wouldn't we have seen those on the way in?
There's only very faint traces. It seems like the majority of the mess is in this room.
Not without doing an actual perception check, or passive perception.
Yeah, they're very small droplets of blood, but with that survival, you do catch them.
Echo, what did she turn into? A beast? A human?
I don't know. I've never seen something like that before.
Quithus, what else should I ask?
I'm out the door.
Yeah, he's gone. As you're following the trace, you expect it to turn down towards the stairs to kind of leave it out, but it doesn't. It leads down a hallway and ends at the very end of the hallway next to a window that is wide open.
Okay. I just kind of I pick up Echo out of the pool of blood because he's still pretty weak, I assume. And I rummage through my bag and I pick up one of my pancakes.
Okay.
Still got my pancakes.
Sure you do.
They're in my bag. I added them to my
Yes, you
inventory. And I just say, eat up, rest.
Okay. He kind of pants and eats and goes, she grew wings.
Wings?
Mm-hmm.
Like big wings? Small wings? What do they look like, Echo?
Big enough to carry her, I suppose.
Have you ever seen anything like that before? Not even that thing, but anything like
Not on
it.
the island. I see rats and small snakes, but
Did she say anything, Echo?
she started complaining that she was in pain. And then that's when she collapsed on the floor and she started making like weird growling noises, and that's when she started lashing out in the room.
Quithos, you can trace, can't you?
I'm gone. I'm already
Yeah,
tracking.
he's gone.
I'm on the
no,
tracks
no,
already.
it was just a genuine question.
I can do what? I'm sorry. I can track the tracks. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Because I didn't know where I could
Pretty
get,
successfully, yeah.
Echo to kind of go like, could you follow her scent, kind of thing. Oh, shit. Okay. Try and think. Bear with.
What are you doing, Quithus, while she's... You've reached the window, the window's wide open, and that's where the tracks seem to end.
Fuck. I look, can I perception check? Do I see anything?
Roll a perception check.
Oh, that's a natural one.
You don't see anything, it's like she just vanished into thin air.
Can I do an investigation check? Can I try to figure out what creature this is?
I mean-
I'm still not convinced. I wasn't there for this is Orla that made these marks. I want to know what kind of creature this is. Because that's survival.
Roll a nature check.
Or nature? Can it be survival? Are you sure? Okay,
Nature's more of a finding out what creature something is.
Well, that's a 5.
No, you've never seen any tracks like this.
Search for the lettuce girl all over again.
The lettuce girl Solera on the boat.
Solera, when we were trying to find her on the boat.
What does this lettuce mean? Quithis jumps out the window. No, I'm kidding.
Damn it!
I'm mad. I'm really mad.
You left her alone.
Yeah, I'm aware. Thank you.
What are you doing?
Okay.
I want to. Oh, damn it. I want to go out into the street.
Okay.
I want to go across the street. What is across the street? What's across from that window that I
Just seems like a normal kind of household.
I'm banging on the door.
Yeah. About a few minutes later, an elderly man kind of opens up. Yes.
Sir, it's very important. Today, this morning, did you see anything at all leave from that window there, pointing at the window that I was checking?
No.
Anybody else? Anybody who might have seen? Anybody who has been been watching the street this morning? Anybody?
He turns around. Sharon. Yes. Did you see anything leave a window? No. What would leave a window? I don't know. This man's asking.
Lots of things might leave a window, and I go to the next door.
Just for the sake of brevity, you knock on 2 or 3 more doors, and no one seems. There's a madman running around town at the minute, knocking on people's doors, saying, "Have you seen something jump out of a window?" And no one seems to have seen anything.
No, that window this morning.
Yeah, no one seems to have seen anything.
Damn. All right, you son of a bitch. Don't even let me. No, that's fine. That's fine. All right.
Anyway, about this time, Dulder, you make it to Moradin's temple.
Real
Yes?
quick, on the main
Yes.
map, where we all were together, the academy is the northwesternmost
Yes.
building. Yes. Okay. So we all took the same path. So did I see them go into the shop that was this first spot right here?
Generally, this map is only like an artistic representation. The actual city itself is a lot larger. There are different kind of roads and streets, so no, you wouldn't have seen them enter that shop.
Damn you. Okay, you son of a bitch.
That this is a much wider and more populated area than it actually looks on this map. This is just more of a places of interest kind of a location map. But anyway, Moradin's temple. You're there. You're at the front door. What do you do? Dulder?
Sorry, I called out real quick
Oh,
BRB
sorry.
when Bowser jumped back
No
in.
worries. You're back in the room.
No, Dalder will go into the church. I'm assuming that they have, like most churches have, the little like employees only side entrance.
Yeah, there are multiple doors in the temple.
He will go in and see if what was his word?
Murdoch.
Stormbro.
Yeah, Murdoch Stormbro.
Yeah, see if Murdoch is in.
He's just kind of setting up for the morning's ceremony that's about to begin in a few moments' time. Ah, good. You've arrived.
Yeah, as I said I would.
Good to see you. Do you have everything prepared? Is there anything you need?
I simply need the congregation to be gathered.
Well, they'll be gathering very soon. In fact, some of them are already in here, and you kind of look over, and there are about 6 or 7 people that are currently sat on like the church pews, just kind of deep in prayer, hands folded together.
Right on. Let me know when they are all here, and he will go into the side room to do a quick prayer and prepare.
Okay. About a few minutes go, you're doing a quick prayer. You start to hear like the temple bells start ringing out to kind of call people to the church. And after about 5-10 minutes, Murdoch walks in and goes, "I do believe that they're all ready for you."
If they're all here, then let us
Okay,
begin.
and you walk out of the temple, and you see that the temple itself's actually filled up quite a bit more. You get the sense that word has spread that a new cleric had joined into the town and was offering to take this morning's service, and he's told you the other day or yesterday, saying that they normally get about 10 to 12 people. You get close to about 20 to 25 followers of Moradin, currently eagerly waiting to see what you have to say.
Not bad, not bad. All right, Dolder will walk up to the
Okie
pulpit,
dokie.
and he will begin his sermon.
Lay it on us. Preach!
Brothers and sisters of iron and rock, glory be to our Creator and Father Moradin. I am Doldur Sovalor Skyshield of Carthaldur, cleric of his name, and after traveling so many miles, it warms my heart to see a congregation keeping the faith in this forsaken city. Thousands of years ago, a broken people traveled the devastated lands. No home, no forge, no father, no safety, and no name. The only thing they had was faith. From the seed of that faith, nurtured by steady determination and zeal, was born a new future. The temple of Carthaldur would make your eyes weep and your heart glow. For by our Father's light we have raised a city that would make him proud. Though much, so much, was lost, the old ways are not forgotten. They are not gone. By the grace of our Father, we will hold fast, and we will carry his hammer onwards, as our ancestors did before us. We are few, but it is not the strength of our numbers, rather the strength of our conviction that matters. Though the masses have bowed their heads to the blue moon, the new goddess Celestia, we chosen few will remain strong. We of the Sovolor will drive into the darkness of this world, and we will one day bring to light the history that has been lost. At this point, he will raise up his ceremonial hammer.
Okay.
There will come a day when Moradin's forge rings with life once more. For though our father may be out of our sight for now, we are not out of his. He may not walk with us, but his power flows through us, his divine hammers, and no one that keeps his faith will stand alone. And at that point, he will use either Sacred Flame or Thaumaturgy to light up the hammer.
Okay.
You have Brother Murdoch Stormbrow as your shepherd, and you will follow his example. Follow your shepherd, and he will guide you, both body and soul. Though there are few of you here in this place, never forget that there are entire cities that bow their heads and raise their hammers to the glory of Moradin. I may be here for the near future. Bring in your injured, those sick of flesh or mind, and Moradin's light will see them healed. Make no mistake, though, Brother Stormbrow is the shepherd of this flock. I am simply passing by, adding my light to his. With powerful forces setting in and attempting to stifle his glory, every hammer raised is needed. You may be a small congregation, yet you are the bulwark of his faith. Stand proud and keep your heads high. The peace that has reigned over the lands for so long will not be eternal. One day the storms will come again, and only Moradin knows what will follow. The cursed forest of the elves will not defile his forge forever. It is our divine land, and he will not be let it profaned forever, and neither will we. Most have forgotten, many have abandoned. Some remain steadfast, and few strive to push back, like Brother Heldras Frathlain in his pilgrimage to Sovandir, a dwarf embodying the Sovolor spirit in seeking to brighten his name. Not many outside Carthaldur has the conviction, for it is rare to set our father before oneself. One day Moradin will once more lead his children, and the new dawn will rise for his faithful. But until then, we endure and we pass his word on to our children, as our people did for so many years. And like the marvel of Cartheldur, we will rise. Go now, gather those in need, reach out to those who have lost the path, and remind them where they came from. Remind them who gave them life. This moon is nothing to them, as they are nothing to it. Instead, upon gazing this deceiving light, they must remember the earth that birthed them. We are born of iron and rock and his breath. Let them not forget. Glory be to Moradin. May you all go in his sight, in his grace, and may Moradin's blessing be upon you all. And at that point, Dolder will lower his hammer.
Okay.
Woo!
Several of the congregation will kind of throw their fists up to the air and go, "Glory to Moradin! And praise be!" And you get a standing ovation as well. Seems like quite a few people were taken in by your sermon.
Fucking hope so.
Murdoch comes over and kind of claps you on the back and goes, "Brother, that was quite the sermon you gave. I don't think these people have seen one that passionate in a long time. Not since Heldris has been here, at least, anyway."
And that is something you must reflect upon.
I will, brother, thank you.
By the time I leave this city, this hall will be filled much more.
I hope so.
Which building is the temple that he's praying at or giving the sermon at?
Right down near the docks and the other bridge, the little small one.
The very
Very
tip.
tip near the rocks.
Just the
Okay.
tip.
There you go. He's.
Did Quithus know where he was going?
Would you have mentioned it to the group that you're doing a sermon?
I may not have broadcast it, but if anyone inquired, he would not have hidden it.
There you go. So if you wanted to know, you would know.
Oh yeah, Dolder leaves the group. I gave him the nod. Where
Okay.
you going?
So yeah, you know where he'd gone. And if you wish to head that way, I'm sure some passers-by would be able to lead you in the direction of Moradin's temple.
Yeah, I suppose
Okay.
so. Asking everybody on the way if they'd, or not everybody, but in the immediate vicinity before I leave, if they saw anybody, anything leave that window.
As far as you know, nobody's seen anything.
Mm-hmm.
Dolder, you're kind of giving out handshakes and stuff to people that are coming up to you and going, "Oh, fantastic congregation today. You did really quite an inspiring job." And all these kind of people. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and as it was kind of understood, I think with the sermon is that basically Dolder's entire list of spell slots has been set aside for restoration and healing magics in preparation for this.
Okay.
So anything that requires magic level healing, he will do.
Okay, I would say there are a couple of people that have got some niggly issues. You've probably got a couple of smiths that have quite injured backs from the constant kind of hammering and lifting that you could heal up and kind of sort out for them.
Yeah, because just for example, if they're mainly when they start bringing people in, because I have a second level spell I can use that heals up to 6 targets for 2d8 plus 9. So for civilians, that's a fuckload of healing.
Okay, so yeah, there's a general kind of old people that you kind of give a little bit of a invigorated step into, and you do give a couple of smiths and kind of craftspeople, masons within the town a bit of a heal from the little injuries that they've picked up from work, and a couple of them do note and say, "Thank you, brother. If you ever need any work doing, be sure to come by. I'll give you a discount." So
I will appreciate your contribution, and I will remember your place of business.
Sure, and we will remember your contribution to the church too.
And he will remind people, to reach out to their neighbors, within parentheses, dwarves, of trying to spread the good word, and also, if there are other peoples that have more serious ailments, to bring them in.
A couple of them kind of mentioned honestly, when talk came of someone from Cartheldur coming here, I pretty much think this is the entire population of the dwarves within the city. Your words have reached all of us, my friend.
Well, there will always be ears not yet listening, but as many as we can get, I am
For
happy.
sure. I mean, there are others that come on ships, sailors, that we can certainly pass on the word to them.
Very good.
And about this time, if you made your way outside, you would see a very out-of-breath Quithus just sprinting towards the temple.
Doldor!
Oh,
Doldor!
I do not think you come here for my sermon.
She's gone! Ugh. She's gone, Doldor. There's blood, claw marks. I don't know what happened.
Did the elf finally lose her shit?
No, not the elf, the girl.
Oh, the little one?
Yeah, Orla, she's gone.
How sad.
How sad. One elf down.
How sad.
Uh-oh.
She's not Elvish. You can't tell that by now.
I mean, he doesn't know. He wasn't there.
So what has happened?
I'm OOC. I stopped with. I would actually like to retcon and go back and ask Lilith what did you learn from the fox?
I was thinking, I was like, you ran away not knowing actually anything.
What did the fox say?
What did the fox
I mean,
say?
you would have had to run past the room again in order to kind of get out of the location.
Exactly.
So as you run back to the room, I would say that Lilith did kind of pass on the information of what Echo had told her.
The fox said she transformed, but some creature definitely left via window, and I couldn't find any information on the direction it traveled in.
So what you are telling me is this little not elf child transformed into dark beast and ripped its way out of the brothel.
Very potentially.
Totally not an elf, because that is not a feature we have been seeing in these elves.
But in a child, this level of power, not just an elf.
They are a craven people. Have I told you this? I have told you this.
Yeah, you say a lot of things. I thought that you trusted me. This is important.
I trust you completely. I believe you 100% that this little not elf child transformed into beast and flew off.
Bah,
Yes,
and I
I
run
am-
back to the market.
What I am questioning is, do we want to find this little hell spawn child?
Yes, absolutely.
Does it moy. Alright, Dolder will follow you begrudgingly.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing? Those of you that have had time to shop, so let's go back to Nep and Ayara. What are you doing with the old letter?
I figured
guess. Oh,
we'd go back
Go
to
on.
the inn and maybe try and find out who it was that was writing the
For
letter.
sure. Okay.
What
You
girl?
you make it back to the tavern and you walk in and you see Lilith with Echo in her arms, frantically kind of talking to Gabby and a couple of the other workers.
Hey, what's up?
I'm running over.
She's gone!
Who's gone?
Orla, she's gone!
Oh, I forgot about her.
You all did.
What do you mean?
All
You
of a sudden, I
forgot
feel
about
way
her.
better.
Yeah, right.
Hello, CPS.
Yeah, that girl. What do you mean she's gone? Somebody stole her?
No, as in she grew beast mode. Like, she grew wings, she turned beast, and she heard echo, and she flew away.
That sounds abnormal.
You think?
Right. Okay, well, I guess she'll be okay on her own?
I'm gonna run out and go head towards the academy.
Okay.
Wait, before he leaves, I say, "Give me that letter."
Yeah, I'll throw the
You
letter
just
over.
throw it in the air and it just kind
Okay.
of topples down.
Paper
Yeah,
airplane.
pretty much.
Pew!
Are you not concerned about this girl we're supposed to be looking after has turned into some sort of beast and flew away? She attacked Echo. He was hurt.
I mean, it's very sad.
Quiffos has gone running into the street. I don't know where he's gone, but I think we need to find her.
Do we though?
I think we do. We can't just leave some sort of beast out in the wild. I mean, she hurt Echo. Who else could she hurt?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Gabby kind of just slowly starts to walk towards the upstairs after you've kind of told her that the bedroom's trashed. She looks a little bit pissed and like you can see that she's got a notepad and she's like probably going to be marking up how much you guys owe.
God.
I'm so glad to call my shit.
Ayara calls out to Gabby while she's heading upstairs real quick.
Yeah, what?
Hey, what girl was that? We talked to that boy at the academy.
Felina. She like kind of points over her shoulder and points towards the one that you saw from the first day that you got here, the very pale skinned, golden haired individual.
Oh, okay. And you said that she did not want him around, right?
No, she doesn't do well when it comes to individuals. She's not really one of the working girls as such. She just performs on stage. She doesn't like being alone with people. She's not very trusting.
Right. Okay. Thanks. And AR will head to her room.
Okay.
And knock on the door.
Well, she was in the actual bar at the time. Like I said,
I'm sorry. I thought you said she
no,
pointed,
she pointed over the
room.
shoulder and pointed towards an individual.
Okay, so AR would like to walk over to her.
Okay. Hello?
Hey, quick question. So Gabby sort of hired us to scare off the boy that's been coming around and bothering you?
Oh, yes, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
The problem is that he seems to have a bunch of letters.
Letters?
Yeah, and I hand her the letter that I have that...
Okay. Yeah, she reads and her face drops and she kind of puts her hand over her mouth. This isn't me. This isn't even my writing.
So, do you have any idea who could be
No,
sending these to him?
not at all. I've only been in the city for a few months.
So why would he think it's you?
Well, obviously someone's trying to act like it's me. And she kind of reads away and it's like, they're offering to meet like later on tonight at the docks. Maybe catch whoever it is that's impersonating me while they meet him.
Yeah, maybe. So I guess AR is gonna kind of keep that information noted.
Okay. Do you leave Felina alone?
Sorry, I was having a thinking moment. I thank her for her time. And yeah, I leave her alone.
Okay. And do you leave the letter with her or do you take it back?
Oh no, I asked for the letter back.
She looks quite nervous and anxious and she's like rubbing her hands together and like she don't want any of this.
Okay.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing? Nep, you said your rent running out. Where'd you go? Back to the academy.
Yeah, going back towards the academy because
Okay.
Wizard Man can do wizard
Wizard
things.
Man can do wizard things.
And that's all I can think about. Like, that's my best solution.
Okay.
So I'm gonna run off into the academy looking for the headmaster.
Okay, you run past the reception, and Rourke, the bugbear that you'd gone to speak to the previous day, kind of tries to stop you. He's like, hey, classes are in session at the moment.
Don't care. Need to
You
find him.
just keep running.
Yep, I keep going.
You hear him swear in a language you don't understand, and he starts kind of running after you.
Since I know he's running after
Okay.
me, if you're trying to stop me, it's not gonna work.
He's gaining on you with your run speed.
This is fair.
What do you do?
Okay, it might work.
What do you do? You managed to slip him. You've probably got a little bit of time before he catches up. If you want to dart or
Yeah, I'm gonna try to like
bob and
either
weave.
get out of grip or bob and weave or like juke him out or something.
Okay.
You know? I'm a fast, nimble little thing.
Roll a dexterity check.
Oh no.
Acrobatics, that one. Just to see.
Damn you! Oh no, it's the same.
Yeah, just to see if you can do a little bit of parkour, just to kind of get a bit of a distance away from him, so you could probably try and hide and sneak your way towards.
18.
Okay. You do a little hop and you kind of climb up some stairs and like up the banisters and get a bit of more distance between you. If you want to try and roll a stealth check to try and lose him.
Sure.
Roll stealth.
Yikes, 9. Nat 1 would have been better. At least I could have re-rolled that.
Wow. 9. But yeah, he's trying to find you, so he just catches a glimpse of your heel as you kind of duck behind like a hallway, and he goes, "You motherfucker!" and comes chasing after you. But at this time, because of the acrobatics check, you have kind of made a bit of a distance. Are you heading back to the office?
All right. I'm heading back towards the office if I can.
Okay. You reach the office. Start just push into the door, or do you knock, or?
No, I'm barging in. I don't care what he's doing. This is more important than whatever.
You go to try the door, it's locked.
I'm not on push to talk, so you couldn't hear my extremely deep sigh.
Yeah. And a voice in the back of your head of a bugbear says, "Classes are in session." So you may get the idea that
I'm gonna grab. Yeah.
Yeah, he may be teaching you at the moment.
You know what? No, I'm doing it.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab my 2 daggers and turn around and say, "Look, this is more important than class. I can guarantee you. And don't try to grab me. I'm not gonna attack you."
You see the big, foreboding presence of the bugbear just slowly push down on you. "This is private academy grounds. Who are you?"
Listen, he hired me to do something. We can't talk about it, especially not here. If you are curious, you can ask him after. This is more important than class. This is more important than you can even imagine. So please, tell me where I can find him or go get him for me.
As he kind of approaches you a little bit closer, he kind of gives you a look over and goes, "Oh, you're the little fucking halfling. Okay. I'll see if he can see you." And he kind of gestures you to kind of follow him. And he leads you down a section of different kind of hallways and doorways, and eventually bangs on one of the big kind of classroom doors. And tells you to wait outside where he goes and whispers up to the headmaster at the desk. And a few minutes later, he comes out to speak to you. "So soon, you're back."
Listen, you remember the name Orla?
"In the journal, yes."
Let's just say we had her, and apparently she's transformed into something, and I need
His
to.
eyes narrow suddenly. I thought all you had was a fox.
Well, we couldn't trust you 100% yet.
So
And
much
we also don't want to traumatize this kid. So how about we accept that we lied to you, and let's try to figure out where this kid or whatever the hell she is now out. Like, let's find out where she is.
He kind of gives a bit of a sigh. Honesty goes both ways. I've been nothing but honest to you guys since we've met, so perhaps in future, push it in both directions. And he kind of whispers to the bugbear of like,
Yeah.
go and fetch one of the substitutes and take over this class until they like get here. So he wanders off up to the office back with you, unlocks the door and walks in. So, sit, explain what happened.
Look, all I know is we talked to your student that was misbehaving. We got to where we were staying, and our fox, which we actually do have, by the way, was hurt, and the kid Orla is gone, and apparently she transformed into a thing with wings.
A thing with wings. That narrows it down. Okay, and you want me to do what?
I don't know, do magic shit. I'm a simple thief. I can't do much.
It's just fucking... Magic has its limitations, and my spells that I've been using to kind of spy in on you... The issue is, I don't know this individual that you're talking about, so it's going to be harder for me to try and sneak and have a peek at who they are or where they are. Do you have any information or possession of theirs? Hair?
I might... Would a cloak work? A cloak that she wore for a while.
How long? It has to be hers.
She borrowed it.
It could work.
Okay, can you talk to Dolter? Like, telepathically or however you do things.
I do have a school to teach, but he puts his kind of his finger to his head and starts kind of his eyes kind of roll back a little bit, and Dulder, you were here in your head. It would seem that your attention is required at the academy again. Could you please return as soon as possible, please?
What now? I'm kind of in the middle of chasing down demon.
I believe this is the issue that we are solving.
And how can I help you from your tower?
He just kind of looks at you, Nep. How is his help going to help?
He has the cloak.
Another spell. Okay. He casts a message sending to you again. We need the cloak that you have.
I'm just gonna go a little bit metagame enough to think, okay, I think Dulder would realize y'all are talking about the fucking vestments that she wore. Yeah, okay.
I mean, you got context clues.
Yeah, I have shirt, because at this point I'm also assuming that... Did he mention that Nep was the one asking for me to come, or do I just think that this is him?
You just think it's him asking out of nowhere. He didn't mention Nep.
Even better. How are you aware of this?
Fucking Nep, you just see Marcus just fucking getting really frustrated, like... I'm gonna be exhausted at this rate. I'm not gonna be able to fucking look for the fucking girl.
Tell him if he doesn't get over here now, he's gonna get tied up again.
What?
And I'm leaving him with zero context.
He just kind of shakes his head. What?
Do it.
I've been told to say that if you don't get here as soon as possible, you're gonna end up tied up again.
Perhaps you should have something less strong to drink with your breakfast.
Marcus just puts his hand down. Okay, find her on your own. And just fucking walks out. You cost him like fucking 4 or 5 spells there to just fucking have this conversation backwards and forwards.
I wouldn't have asked Dolder where he's going, so I have
You have
no
no
idea
idea.
where he is.
And OOC, Dalder is not that trusting that he's just like, oh, this person that I just met is now contacting us about shit that we did not tell him. I'm not gonna play right into that.
For sure.
This is fair.
So you're basically just kind of thrown out of the office and escorted back down to the entrance and just told, "I'm sorry, but maybe if you were more honest and
I'm going back to.
if you were more honest in the first place, perhaps I could have helped a little bit better, but I'm afraid not. Good luck."
It's not your fault, sir. Goodbye. And I'm making notes of where he keeps his valuables because I still haven't
Okay.
changed.
So, do you all congregate back at the tavern at some point?
Yeah, because me and Azurin are still
Shopping.
on the way shopping. I guess once we're like out of the Arcane Order ears, I'll start like talking to him a bit
Oh, yeah,
about
yeah.
what Marcus
Okay.
said. So I'll say, "Hey, Azurin, about what Marcus said in the office about helping your people.
What about it?
You seemed kind of understandably, I put a hand on his chest, very understandably, suspicious and upset about him offering help.
He
Uh,
wa- he wasn't more so offering help as far as dangling the assistance above my head to gain something for him. They've known for a while that we've needed help, and they've done nothing. And now that I have something that he wants, that he needs help with, he's willing to barter that my lives of my people for the sake of his knowledge, and it's irritating.
I understand. I don't even think I've told Dolder. Maybe I might have, but he doesn't listen because he doesn't give a shit. About what I actually do outside of the Skull of Vale. I'm what's known as a Dawn Greet. I'm like an emissary for my people. My job is finding allies and people that the Skull of Vale can rely on if there's conflict. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's very similar to how the Dragonborn clans work.
Yeah. So, if you are at least interested in hearing what Marcus has to say, sure, the problem is you can't change the past and people are always going to be awful. People, especially humans, are always going to consider themselves and their people over the likes of us. I mean, look at me. I come from a land that you've probably never even heard of. So it's very in a human nature to really only give a shit about their own land and their own people. So you can't really give Marcus too much fault for that. I've had to deal with it a lot.
I agree. He's still an order member though, and I just don't trust any of them.
And that's fair. And I can't necessarily say that I 100% trust him either, but at the same time, I feel like what he's given us a lot of information that I'm sure if anybody in the order found out he had given us, that he'd get the boot immediately. You know what I mean?
He has. Um.
So,
Ram. Oh, see, how long has it been since I left?
You've been shopping and stuff, so it's probably been about half an hour.
No, since I left my
Oh,
island.
probably about the better part of 3 weeks, 4 weeks, maybe nearly a month.
Nearly a month. Okay. Goodbye.
Okay, so you all make your way back to the tavern at some point, and as a bunch of you are reaching the front door, you start to hear alarm bells signal around the city. You don't know what's happening,
Oh.
but the alarm bells begin to ring out. from the southeast kind of area over towards the Cherry Tree Lane is where the bells originally sounded out. But
What?
with that, I think we're going to call it a night since a few people are needing sleep for work.
Yeah.
You said right now bells are sounding out towards Cherry
Yes.
Lane?
So I guess that's where we're running towards.
Yeah,
and
most
we can hear them
interesting.
where we're
Yeah.
at.
All right, and we'll pick up there next time. Fucking hell, there's natural 20s and fucking stuff to get law bombs. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. You're welcome.
There was me thinking I was going to go down the route of like fucking tavern kid beating up a fucking student, but no. Okay.
Hey, listen, I probably would have if I had been there.
I mean, he got scared shitless at least.
I think Ayara did good enough of some
Like,
trauma there.
It's the only thing I'm good at, okay?
It's my job. My one job.
It's the only thing I can do.
But yeah, good
Oh,
shit. I'm
good.
sorry for the late end for a lot of you in America.
That's okay.
That's okay.
I mean, it's way later for y'all.
Right?
No, it's not actually.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, it's early.
It's early
them.
for us.
Yeah.
This is the first time we've actually finished before 4 o'clock in this end.
Oh,
Let's say we're
Pretty
well,
sure Barb will fall asleep.
Early.
he might have.
Yeah, I think Garble fell asleep.
He's in the AFK channel, so he might
Okay.
have passed out.
Okay.
Well, he's been playing Cell to Singularity for a while, so.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Panda's playing the perfect tower too, so like.
It's an idle game, by the way.
Mhm.
I'm so mad at myself. I should have not gone with y'all. I should have stayed with the girl. I'm so mad at myself.
Then you
I
would have
hate
fought
that
it
lady
yourself and possibly
Listen, you
died.
can't fight a Strigoi all by yourself. It's fine.
And most importantly, you can't fight plot devices.
That's the real problem. Is I can't fight a plot device.
True that.
That plot armor is
Could have
thick.
calmed her down.
Ram was
Slight
so
look here at the
proud
DM.
of
Coulda-
himself during all
Could have
that.
calmed her down. Could have like talked to her. No, yeah.
Could have given her more
You
candy.
left her alone in the
Yeah.
fucking bedroom, unsupervised.
With a
Oh, yeah.
fox and
After
a bag of
noticing she was
She's
rapidly
left
growing.
alone. She's left alone in a comfortable bed with a full belly, a bag of candy, and a cuddly fox. Oh,
Even a
Lord,
mimic
the
would have been
trauma.
happy with that.
For
and
like
a house full of titties.
for like an hour. It wasn't even that long.
Yeah, but
The
She
trauma.
could have fallen asleep.
I
for
did
an
say
hour.
that you know
I literally half expected. Yeah, the rapid growth is
red
is
flag, you know.
subjective. It's subjective. Rapid is not a defined term.
Well,
right?
more importantly, I think most of us assume that her gaining an inch and a half was her actually getting shoes.
That.
Yeah, we all assumed that.
Well,
Yeah, I don't
Aaron
think
just
that.
doesn't
Yeah,
give a shit.
yeah,
those weren't heels.
yeah.
Well, sorry we didn't roll a flats inspection.
We just assume that since someone put her in a tea gown, tea dress, that they would have, suitably fancy shoes. To
Or
go
they
with
would
it.
say, hey, that dress that used to hit the ground is now like 3 inches taller.
It
What
didn't
happened?
hit
Did
the
it shrink?
ground. It didn't hit. It's the tea dress. It's short. It's like a little summer dress.
But if it's an inch and a half shorter,
This-
then you'd be like,
this-
wow, you little harlot.
This was also the first time.
It comes to her knees. It's a.
Listen, if it's
a
above the
good
knees in
dress.
America, then you're a little.
You're a slut.
Anyway, like I said, this was the first time you'd actually seen her this morning. So for all you knew, she grew during the night, and Elizabeth's passive didn't pick up on it.
Yeah, she just hit a growth spurt.
I was gonna say also an inch and a half on a kid. What?
That's quite normal for that age, actually.
Well, not overnight, but
Not
yes.
overnight, but you know.
Well, it feels like it.
For some of us that paid attention, others did not pay attention.
Exactly.
I.e., Dollar does not give a shit.
Yeah,
When
doesn't
your
care
race
about
has backwards articulated legs, you can grow an inch and a half just by standing up straight.
This is true. But yes, good shit. Big low, heavy one again. Holy,
Mhm.
oh my god.
Yes.
The problem is that Quithus was the one that noticed, and he should.
You
have
had
noticed
17
more
passive
than that.
perception, so yes.
I know.
We get it. You're an absent father.
Yes, thank you.
And on
But,
that note, I'm gonna end
would,
my stream.
shoulda.
Bye,
Bye.
everybody.
Bye, Chad.
Goodbye, chat.